What's going on, everybody, and welcome to the final day of the Razer Invitational North America, brought to you by Norton Gaming. It is the end to our Fortnite finals here. 5 more games ahead of us before we close it all out. It's been an absolute blast of an event, kicking it off with Brawl Stars a few weeks ago. 2 weeks ago we had Rainbow Six Siege, and now it is Fortnite here to end everything. We've had a ton of fun, lots of great action, and certainly looking forward to more here today. I'm going to have an awesome cast of analysts and casters here once again. We got Reflections, Jacob, and Tokata ready to join me and break it all down here in just a little bit. Do want to give some love, though, to all of the awesome sponsors that have come and help us put all of this together. Obviously, it starts with Norton Gaming, our title sponsor, and they brought us all $30,000 of the prize pool throughout all 3 events. So much love to them. We certainly appreciate their support. Then there is, of course, Intel recently releasing those 11th generation processors and partnering with us here. It has been so much fun to work with them. And then the hardware partner of Razer Invitational North America is certainly Seagate Gaming. So check out their their SSDs. Those M.2 NVMe SSDs are fast as all get out. So check them out as well. And then, of course, McDonald's coming on here in our final weekend. Super excited to work with them, and we certainly love it. We've got 5 more games today. Standings were super tight after the first day, and we will decide our winners here today. The action promises to be very exciting, and I'm looking forward to breaking it down for all of you throughout the day. A couple of reminders before we get into the show. 1, if you are in the San Francisco or Las Vegas areas, it is the final day of our watch party at the Razer stores. And if you want to grab one of these exclusive mouse pads, today is your last chance. Get in there, grab one of these, enjoy the watch party, and get in on some exclusive giveaways. Speaking of giveaways, we will be doing 5 more here today. Got a ton of Razer gear, some more stuff from Seagate and Intel as well. So don't miss out on that. We'll be doing those after every single game. So you are going to want to be around after every game. So it just means don't go anywhere. We're going to have great action, great giveaways. There is no reason to leave. Super excited to get into the games. Hope you guys are stoked as well. Me personally, I'm a little hungry, right? It's lunchtime for me, so I'm going to actually get on to DoorDash and grab me some food. And if you guys want to do the same, you can get McDelivery as well. You can just use your favorite app, whether it's DoorDash, Uber Eats, Postmates, or Grubhub. Select the food that you want to throw down on. You can easily pay and track your orders and then get your McDelivery fast and easy. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to get me some lunch. And so for the rest of production here, we're going to throw down on some food and enjoy some Fortnite. So we're going to throw to the casters now. Get ready for game number 1. Get your McDelivery, and we'll see you in a bit.
All right, thank you, Yaze. So it's so good to be back for day number 2 of the Razer Invitational for North America, featuring Fortnite. More Fortnite action. Yesterday was incredible. Today is going to be even better. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by CLG Tokata. It's good to be back with you, brother. How you feeling?
No, it's great to be here. I'm super hyped. We saw some insane action day 1, insane clutches, new metas we've rarely seen before. We saw Cease and his trio using exotic items to play the heal game off. I mean, there was so much incredible gameplay. I am super hyped to see how it goes here in day 2.
Oh, 100%. I love the double chuck cannon, right? I mean, it was influential, especially in game number 1. I think they do get at least 1 victory royale. We have one of those teams, Illis, with 2 victory royales, but still only in 2nd place. Visuals and co will be in 1st, but just mere points separating top 3. Really, honestly, top 6 is very close, and a lot can change. It is going to be a great day, guys. Keep that exclamation point giveaway going in chat so you could be involved. Let's go ahead and talk about our format, though, just to get you caught up for how yesterday rolled and how today is going to roll, because the point system is very important. First and foremost, each elimination equals 1 point, but you can't just focus on that, Tokata. You gotta focus on the victory royale for the 30 points.
Absolutely. 30 placement points starting at 24th place. And you can see there's a consistent amount of points that you can get over time. So it's quite placement oriented. You'd have to get 30 eliminations to get the same amount of points of one victory royale. So they're going to be playing this to the end game. They're going to look for refreshes and get those eliminations later in the match. I don't think we'll see a lot of risky engagements in the mid game, maybe early game off the spawn if you want to, you know, get that hot drop or that, you know, that POI secured. But other than that, I mean, it's going to be some pretty stacked late games.
Yeah, 100%. We saw that yesterday, right? And you were even saying about the competitiveness looking like FNCS finals, and that is absolutely the case. I'm sure we'll see more of that today. What are they playing for, though? $10,000 prize pool. First place, 6,000. Second place, 3,000. Third place, 1,000. But that's not all. You're also getting those amazing Razer products, and trust me, you definitely want that. A full gaming setup. Loving the headset that I'm wearing currently, and also that chair, man. I'm really jealous that these guys are getting a free chair. Everybody could use a nice chair from Razer. Am I right?
I mean, 100%. I'd love to give that a try, but not only first place is getting it. Remember, second and third place also are getting Razer products alongside money. $3,000 for second place and 1,000 for third. I mean, what are we doing here? Why aren't we playing Reflections?
I always ask myself that question, and the answer is very clear. I'm just not good enough. Okay, Tokan, I can't speak for you, but for me, I'm just simply not good enough. But these guys are good enough, right? These teams have been absolutely phenomenal. Sharkman is, in fact, top 10. We'll see how he can fare off today. Actually, respectively, number 6 play, or in 6th place, 109 points. A lot to catch up, though. First place is 146. But again, even if they can just get top 3, as you just mentioned, Knight, that prize pool is significant, and that's what they'll be shooting for. We've seen a lot from Clamps & Co. Over Meow Corner. Love the name. Anybody else on this list that we should be paying attention to? I guess obviously Z across the board. Illest & Co. Currently second place with the 2 victory royales.
I mean, that is the only trio that has 2 victory royales, but I've said it since day one. Niddle's trio that we saw back on the first page, they're a very strong group. I mean, they've been playing for a long time. They've got the experience, and I wouldn't be surprised if they adapted from game 1, made a change going into today, day 2, and they make a little comeback because I don't think they're even in the top 10 right now. So I'm sure they can do it, and I want to see it happen.
You know, we've seen a lot from RAR as of recently. Spike as well. Spike making a couple of big boy plays. We'll see if he'll continue to do that today. D-Roller, though, on this list. High Ground, and they have been a great representation. That was one of the things I called them out on, Tokata. I said, if you're going to name your team High Ground, you better represent that appropriately. And Visuals had that incredible moment yesterday where he was able to overtake High Ground over one of his opponents, and that ultimately led to at least his second place. Didn't get first. I think that was one Illis was able to sneak through in the very end, but regardless, second place, still not a bad place to be. And I think they picked up 14 eliminations for that as well. So very, very well done. On this page, though, I'm looking at Band Burbs. Unfortunately, not the biggest impact, but they do have Bronos. Again, got to shout him out. Good buddy of mine, and also just a solid competitor. But Pleasant Park, or at least just on the outside of that, maybe even going to Spire, it's just not working for them. They consistently get into engagements off the rip, and unfortunately are usually the first teams to be eliminated. Might need to change it up for today, but who else are we looking for on this list?
I mean, on this list, we can see the GOATs as well at the bottom, which is Cease, Chimp, and Tabney, who, you know, we talked about them before, using the exotic items, doing a great job of making it to every end game and not having too much trouble in the early games. But adding on to what you were saying about the teams around Pleasant Park, that whole, you know, northwest side of the map is very congested. There's 2 teams, Stealthy Stronghold, 2 teams, Pleasant Park, 1 team, Coral, 1 team, Lighthouse on top of the Coral. Like, it is very congested there, and I feel like these teams are gonna have to change up their drop spots here in day 2 if they want to have a better chance. But here we can actually see the leaderboard reflections.
Yeah, this leaderboard is close, as we said. 2 points separate first and second, respectively. It was a shock to see Duke, D-Roller, and Visuals take first place because we were hyping up Cease, Chimp, and Tabney so incredibly much. But unfortunately, that one game, and I know the game, at least you know the game I'm talking about, all 3 of them dying, eliminated because of that fall damage. They most definitely would have been in first if it wasn't for that mishap.
Such a tragic event, but I'm sure they'll be careful now, though, when they're waiting for that half and half zone and they're in a tower. They'll be like, reinforce, look at the bottom, make sure we don't get dropped. They'll do anything they can.
Oh man! Well, Crumble, another guy who made a mistake, right? Remember him falling off from high ground, and they were setting themselves very nicely for the next zone, and ultimately they had to drop back down. Larson, Nexi forced to try and save Crumble's life. They were unsuccessful doing so. I think Larson ends up falling, and the Nexi was last alive ultimately. And then the zone god just didn't bless them, right? The zone was the furthest away it possibly could have been. By that point, it was just a solo against many, many trios and duos, and ultimately they ended up losing. But still, though, through consistency, pitcher's mentality. I constantly say that in other esports. Pitcher's mentality means just letting go of the last pitch. Maybe it went over and almost hit your batter, but fair enough. You're not going to do that for the second pitch, right? You're going to make sure you throw it in a strike zone. And Crumble's been doing exactly that with his team. They have a very real chance of maybe overtaking first place. But overall, I think this leaderboard is shaping up quite nicely. This is what you expect heading into day number 2. But you've been a competitor. You are a competitor, and Fortnite just kind of runs in your veins. Okay, so let's talk about it, Tokati. You're going into game number 2. Let's say you're not even in first place. Let's say you are Crumble's team. You're in number 4. You have 117 points. You got to make up at least 30 to be able to catch first place. What is your game plan heading into day 2, game number 1?
So if you're so close already to the top number 1 spot, and you're in the top 5. I'd hope you're not an only high ground team, because I think playing for the lower mid ground has a more consistent type of, play style, because you're constantly getting to the end game and you're not risking it, battling it for the high ground in the half and half. We saw a lot of trios. I believe it was User's trio that fought for the high ground in first moving, and they got eliminated before getting almost any placement points. But for example, Sented's team that performs very consistently in FNCS is always battling that low ground, right? Even mid ground is very important. So if you can, adapt to that and play for that every game, consistently getting to top 7, top 5, alongside a few elimination points, after today's 5 matches, I think they can go from 4th or 5th place all the way up to 2nd or 1st.
All right, very well said. Surprising, actually. I was expecting you to be like, take over high ground, but a little bit different of a strategy coming out from you, and fair enough. Like I said, you're a competitor, you know best, and I have to agree with you because, again, you go back to Duke, D-Roller, and Visuals having some standout games, picking up big eliminations, not necessarily being your standout guys in terms of high ground, but still able to, take over the rounds when they need it most. And Dirty Ducks, an area that's on the outer edge of the map, but if you're getting it relatively uncontested, I mean, hey, it's going to be a great spot for you. Actually, there's a specific landing zone you were talking about, I think, that was uncontested from one of the trios you mentioned that were so incredibly strong, Duke, D-Roller, and Visuals. You've been hyping up that landing area. Why?
Yeah, the Craggy Cliffs. That's one of the best drops in the current meta, and that's the drop that D-Roller, Duke, and Visuals have uncontested. There's an NPC at that drop, which allows you to upgrade your weapons. There's a lot of materials. There's actually a legendary chest there. A super epic chest, which should give you legendary loot, epic loot, and it's a place that also has slurp barrels. It's close to the ocean, so you can fish. There's just so many opportunities you have at that drop spot, and having it uncontested is a huge booster. But talking about contested drops, you're in the Misty Meadows with Hero and his trio. It's kind of like the east and west side split, right? Where we've got the 2 sections of Misty, and there's 1 trio on each side. So they could play the safe route and just loot their side and move out somewhere else, but the problem is Storm Surge is normally quite dangerous in these lobbies, so they might want to get a little bit of tags here, a little bit of damage done, and it might lead to an engagement.
Yeah, Hero, one of those players that played very well yesterday. You got to give much respect to Cloudy and Demersky. I think this trio is a overall just very well-rounded team. They also have great mechanics and obviously good teamwork. I don't know who the IGL is necessarily, but whoever it is definitely knows how to lead his troops appropriately. Hero's definitely been a tremendous playmaker. I love that you said, there's plenty of space to just kind of, deviate this landing spot. No reason to engage off the start. Demersky, though, is at least going to keep them in check. Now, just because he's firing shots doesn't necessarily mean they're going to go full send headfirst into each other. He's just going to get those storm tags and just let that other team know, like, look, guys, I'm here. If you want to fight, I'll take the smoke, but if not, cool. Let's just rotate out, peacefully loot up the area and play for late game.
And that's the most standard way to find Storm Surge, right? But there's some players that like doing it differently as well. For example, Norayli, Vadil, and Resin from the European, servers, they find Storm Surge in a more interesting way, in my opinion, and that's they go for box fights. They go for actual like engagements, but not with the mentality to finish it, not with the mentality of eliminations, but the mentality to at least get damage. You know, they're very confident, mechanically confident in box fighting, and they know they'll be able to hit their shots more consistently than their opponents. So they'll go for a few big pump shots, and if they have enough of an advantage that they feel like they can take the full engagement and finish it, they'll do it. But if they don't, and they've already gotten their tags, then they'll disengage from the battle, keep rotating, and they've gotten their tags. So it's,
that's interesting.
Yeah, different strategies you can go by.
So I want to ask you, because that brings up a very curious point for me, Tokata. You're in a box fight where things tend to get very chaotic, right? You never know if you're going to be within one pump range, or maybe you make the wrong play, you don't have enough spacing, all of a sudden you're down. And of course, if you lose a player and you get knocked, you better believe that other team is going to finish you, right? They're going to be going full send into you. How do you mitigate the risk? I guess we can answer that in just a second. We got our first engagement of the day taking place over at Orchard, but I definitely want to go back to that question, Tokata. So let's remember that, because I want to know about, you know, kind of mitigating your risk when you are in that box fight. How do you effectively back off? Maybe that's something the viewers at home can learn. But looking at NASA Boy along with his teammate. Now, NASA Boy, a guy that we didn't see much of in yesterday's performance, but it's great to kind of highlight him now and see what it's all about. In fact, I don't think we ever seen an engagement off of Orchard yesterday.
Yeah, I think it might have been an on-con drop possibly, and now going into day two, one of these trios, or maybe both of them, decided to change their strategy up and drop at Orchard, and due to it being the first game of day two, they got a little bit of an off-spawn engagement here that we're going to see, and I like what NASA Boy is doing here with the high ground, but be careful, because the opponent wants it too, trying to get a little build fight. Reminded me of Chapter 1 Fortnite with the build fights in Tilted Towers, but I mean, this one, man, is anybody's game.
I love those fights, man. Going back to the day of Tilted Towers, Nick Mercs and Aiden, right? Remember that major battle? That's really what set Aiden into like the superstardom that he has today, right? It was that battle against Nick Mercs. Phenomenal stuff, and really kind of bringing back the nostalgia. NASA Boy is dying to get down and get into this engagement, pickaxing those walls. He's not even going for piece control, but he doesn't have to. There's a player down low that is knocked, and that was his teammate. Unfortunately, can't get there in time. He's been finished off. Gas can in the inventory, and he's looking to blow some things up.
Absolutely. These gas cans can be very dangerous if you position yourself correctly with your trio, and you can even do a triple gas can. It can almost eliminate a player instantly. So we saw that meta a lot in squads when it was a competitive game mode, and you'd see 4 gas cans being thrown at a team and it would instantly eliminate them. So it not only just destroys builds and puts your opponents out of position and causes them to use more materials, but it can also do a lot of damage and give you that HP advantage in the battle here. But for now, they seem to be taking it pretty calmly, but it looks like they might have been able to knock one and put it back into a 2v2 situation.
All right, 2v2, not bad at all. No third parties just, well, I might have spoke too soon. I think there might be a third party potentially moving up, maybe from Steamy. We'll see how that's going to work. And I do know there are some people up in that area when you were looking at the mini-map upon the landing. But now on board with No Trolls. Just looking to dip out of this situation if he can. Bit of a bad driver, but there's a lot to get through. Forced to pack up. He says, you know what, maybe I should just fight this out. Maybe that's my best option.
Switching over to Bread, though, who has a very good loadout. The only problem I'm seeing here is his ammunition. He's got an epic pump shotgun and an epic assault rifle, but he has 40 shots in his assault rifle and 29 shotgun shots. I mean, the shotgun shots is all right, but 40 AR, that's not looking too good for Bread. But I'm liking their kind of lineup they have here on 3 different mini towers, I guess you could say. They have a lot of vision. I wonder if they're using this to find Storm Surge. You know, they have the elevation. They know people are going to be rotating, and they all are just going to look for a little bit of shots.
Yeah, Hectons is sitting okay in terms of ammunition, right? They do, one thing is for certain, they have plenty of White Hills and they have plenty of shields as well. He's sitting pretty with 9 total minis, 3 medkits. We were just looking at Brett. He has 6 minis, so math is hard, but that's like, what, like 14 or something like that. So very well done from on that end. Hectons needs to give some AR if he can, but unfortunately they are spread. And I like what you said, Togata. They're playing for the Storm Surge ticks. That's the best option here. You're not really wanting to go all out in this engagement, especially in this open field. They have a good understanding understanding about the team that is around them, but you never know, again, when that third party is going to get through. And so luckily there's no snipers whenever it comes to the game currently, or else that positioning that they're currently at would have been chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, there's no snipers. There is the bows, which
That's true.
isn't as likely as to get eliminated by a bow from long range. But I mean, you never know. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes you hit that crazy shot. But look what we're seeing here. You see the item that Cloud has in his inventory currently? Does it remind you or something?
It definitely does. Reminds me of that championship mentality they had yesterday. Could be the reason why they will be a championship team today. But Cease doesn't have it. Okay, so that's the thing. Cease and Chimp, you better believe, are going to be fighting for it. Now, one thing, though, is they did the work. They got the gold. They got it for themselves. But can they get away? This is definitely not a fight that they were wanting. Forced to go deeper into the storm. Now, if you're in Cease and Chimp's position, who are currently still in Slurpee, do you chase this fight?
I mean, the zone is so far, and these players do have vehicles, so I really don't think it's worth it at this point. Instead, is you want to think where they're going to get into zone and where you can cut them off. But looking at the bottom right where we see the map, even next zone pulls far. So if they decide to try and cut them off, it's going to cause a storm, a storm fight to occur, and then they're going to be getting into zone late. So they might even want to figure out where they're going to be, not this zone, but the next one, and where they're going to go in there if they want to get this item back. Because I see that Cloud has a chug cannon, but also I believe one of his teammates, it could be Hero or Murski, has a chug cannon as well. So they've got the whole combo. They've got the double, and they're ready for the heal off.
But I like that. They did VOD review yesterday. They said, this strategy works. We were highlighting it. You were the first one to really say, great use of the mythical items. And rightly so. They seem like they're going to take a page out of the playbook of one of the most dominant teams yesterday. Remember, Cease, the McDonald's MVP of the day, and very well deserved. It might be Demersky going for that. Who knows at this point? Still, though, things are getting a little bit tense outside of Pleasant Park, and we might see some engagement relatively soon. Got a couple of teams, actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 total teams in this one area, Takata.
I mean, we talked about it earlier that the top left, the northwest side of the map is very congested. You got 2 teams Pleasant Park, 2 teams Stealthy Stronghold, 1 team on that lighthouse north of Stealthy Stronghold, 1 team Coral. I mean, the whole area is just full of trios, and it's not a place you want to be rotating close to.
Not a place you want to rotate at all, but I guess you're kind of stuck here. That bridge, by the way, has seen so much activity. It's surprising Snood isn't over there. He was the one challenging that bridge pretty consistently with his roster. He might be at least somewhere lurking. Sharkman just down below, and these are 2 different teams, ladies and gentlemen, okay? So these guys are about to get into engagement, using their focus fire to try and break through the wall, trying to get those storm surge ticks. 24 teams started in the drop. 22 teams still remain. 65 players. It's still quite a bit, and a lot of congestion that could occur. So if I'm a Spark, if I'm a Perta, I'm definitely keeping my my eyes peeled. Not only for Illust in the distance, they're not necessarily going to be a problem right now, but you got those 2 other teams. But Sharkman down below, you never know when they're going to try and overtake high ground or sneak up on you.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very good position to be in if the zone continues closing around here, but this is also a dangerous spot. There's a kind of sort of a ravine, right, with the river in between the 2 mountains. There's a lot of different elevation, and depending on where the zone closes, it could give you a difficult rotate. But back to the Pleasant Park, where we have more action right now. Tragic's actually with his teammate exploding the vehicle to destroy the builds and trying to get some tags onto his opponent. I like the strategy. That NPC as well will upgrade your weapons. So if they want to upgrade to an epic shotgun or even assault rifle, this is where they do it. Cease's team coming in for the third party, though. This is looking very chaotic.
But you know what it was yesterday, right? You're right on the outside of zone for right side of the outside of the zone, the current zone. Pleasant Park seen at least 5 teams fighting at one point in time. Now, adding Cease into the mix isn't going to make things any easier. Snood is also here. There was one of the players I was saying was challenging Bridge. This time, though, maybe his rotation put him in Pleasant, and he's sitting okay. Does have those 2 peppers, something that might seem minute to a lot of the casual players out there, but you pair pair that with Snood's building and mechanical skills, he could definitely become a deadly player, box in, and maybe even overtake your high ground before you know it. For the time being, though, this house seems to be where they're just going to chill out and kind of pace it out. They don't know how many teams are around them. They could take a guess, maybe 1 or 2, but as we know, when Cease kind of rotated in, that's going to be the X factor that could play obviously against them. But you gotta love the Cabbages, man. I don't like them in real life, but at least in the game, they're a godsend.
In the game, they help you quite a lot. You can even grab up to 15 of them, and you can have a whole feast there with your trio if you end up losing a bit of HP to the Storm. But trying to see how they're gonna rotate this, it looks like they're just gonna make their way through the builds in Pleasant and kind of white line it straight into the zone, getting some nice tags with the infantry rifle, which is huge for Storm Surge. It's fully accurate, and if you can land your shots, you can end up doing a lot of damage. But remember, on the left side here at that mountain, I think there was 3 or even 4 trios based up. So if they see that, they might have to use that information as a deciding factor on where they're going to rotate, maybe go around it so they're not in line of sight of the mountain, or figure something out, but they're not too far.
You know, a while ago, we were watching Sharkman have that little bit of a low ground, but still connected to the same builds of Aperta and Co. And I mentioned there was 22 teams. There's still 22 teams remaining on the map. No one has been eliminated as of yet. That just comes to show you how serious everyone is taking day number 2, game 1. They are wanting to set the precedence and really focus on the overall placement points, right? That seems to be everyone's goal in mind. They'll pick up the eliminations when they come. You mentioned that low ground kind of strategy. I'm sure some teams are going to be taking note of that. Down low, we see Trap and Loxit, a team that we didn't see too much of yesterday. Sheep and Harsh, though, will be off to the right. And Visuals, a team that you have to take seriously. Naturally, first place currently, taking over that high ground. Visuals taking a bit of a risky play, though. He doesn't have a wall in front of him. It could get lasered up, but I guess he knows his positioning is sound. No one's going to really try to engage on them. You're not gaining anything by breaking these builds up top.
Yeah, the only thing you would be gaining is, you know, the possibility to do a little bit of damage for Storm Surge, but it's really not the way to go about it, right? It's better to find people who are walking, you know, by foot without any builds by them and go for some tags there. But Visual seems to be... I'm trying to think what his plan here is. He's setting up like a
jump.
Ramp. Yeah, like a ramp. He's getting ready to launch himself in the V. I don't really know what's going on, but
do you remember the ATVs back in the day, right? Where you could just fly the ATVs across the map, right? And even sometimes, you know, the hoverboard as well.
Yeah.
Back in the good old days, Chapter 1, Season 1 through 10. That is just
so much fun.
Some of the things these pros and streamers and everything come up with in the game is just honestly amazing. It's such 5-head. Like, I just don't get how they figure some of that stuff out.
And it's just Fortnite, right? Like, what game can you say you're flying around in a 4-wheel ATV sniping people out of the air? Like, it's crazy. But let's see what they can do here. The zone pulled far, so it's not close to them. They had a good position on this mountain, but I mean, it doesn't matter if it closes to the other side of the map. So the good thing about this is there isn't too many mountains in the zone. There's like hills in the zone, but no very, very high elevation peaks. So they should be able to get in here pretty calmly, wait for the half and half to pull. And after that, high ground, I feel like there's going to be multiple teams with the possibility of getting it, but be careful. Cease here gets cracked, does have the shield to recuperate what he lost, but he's got to be careful because, oh, I actually just saw that Tabney has a chug cannon. So there's 3 chug cannons in this game. Wait, does Chimp have one? There's 4.
There's 4
teams.
There's
2
4
teams have the double chug cannon.
Wow, 4 of those mythic items and chug cannons. It's actually insane because yesterday the max we had was 2. Today we have 4, game number 1. And that's a storyline I don't want you guys at home to forget. You're going to consistently see Cloudy, Demersky, Hero challenging Slurpee, getting those chug cannons so they can utilize that strategy that made Cease and Co so successful yesterday. And man, that only makes top 6 that much more interesting when you have 2 of the most dominant teams utilizing the same strategy and the same landing zone. I saw a glimpse of Hand just up ahead. That's with Bronos and Co. They're going to be having a chat, or at least they're going to have a chance to potentially challenge that of Cease. Brett is also up there too, a player we were kind of focused on earlier, not having as many AR rounds. Hopefully he's more healthier at this point. Since I pointed out originally, though, when Brett's positioning was there, we had 22 teams left. There's only 20, or there's still 21 teams left, and we are just about to get to the half and half.
Yeah, 60 players alive, and remember the Storm Surge cutoff is 50, so 10 players have to get eliminated, or people are going to start losing HP to Storm Surge. But Archive has a good angle here, might actually be able to secure some eliminations if he's able to tag them at least once. But I was thinking of something. Imagine if in the late game, right, Cloud's trio is alive, Cease's trio is alive, and they end up battling it out, and one of them comes out on top with how much? 4 chug cannons? Like, is that infinite heal off? Will they just not be able to get eliminated?
At that point, I'm going as far as I can into the zone, Tokata. I'm boxing up full metal, and I'm just using... I think we're all getting into a circle, and we're just going to heal off. That's just bottom line. I mean, with 4, but... Hold up a second. Chimp looks as if he has fallen. He needs to get picked back up. Cease and Tabney now forced to fight to try and just carry the game alive. Cease taking some damage himself. This box fight has been chaotic, but picking up at least one is going to get the refresh. Luckily, the Chug Cannon able to heal off and top off this duo. But as you said, if they drop off, it's literally like getting a loot llama, right? You're going to pick up those 2 Chug Cannons. It's going to be incredibly valuable, but the job just got harder, man. Losing Chimp, that was a huge playmaker late game in the previous 5 games, day number 1.
Yeah, I mean, they only have 1 Chug Cannon now, so it helps, but it's not that double. It gives you a lot more time in zone to play the heal off. Anyways, they're gonna make the rotate here. They have 500 wood, 227 brick. I'm not sure how much Tabney has exactly, but this rotate, if they can do it well, that's gonna be good, because this is not an easy one at all. There's a lot of trios close by. I saw a trio even on a high ground sort of tower trying to take some shots at them, do some damage, but they've got to be careful here, because rotating before the half and half zone, especially if you don't have almost the max materials, you could lose a lot. You could lose a lot of shield, and it's not a place you want to be in, Reflections.
Yeah, not a place you want to be in at all. We'll definitely see what's going to be taking place a little bit later. And if you're thinking about Cease in this current position, obviously losing Chimp, not easy. Tabney dropping down low. Looks like Cease kind of wanted to keep that high ground possible. And Cease now at least just trying to stay mid ground. He doesn't want ultimate height, but he does have a little bit of decent mats. Obviously a refresh would make him feel a lot more comfortable. And thank goodness he still has Tabney just behind him, but this zone is going to be moving. How many players do we still have left? You'd have to think there's several of them in it. 42, so Storm Surge not going to be an issue, but again, 42 with moving zone? Man, you can tell how chaotic he's getting. Spark down low, ultimate low ground's not going to be an easy job for him, but an opportunity to pick up plenty of refreshes as well as eliminations could present itself if they play their cards right.
I mean, as a duo, it's not easy, but I could see them doing this. Be careful, though, because Snood coming in from the back, trying to get an angle onto C, seeing if he can pick him off, get that elimination. But be careful, because we also have Bhakti. 2 eliminations on him, 2 eliminations on SK with the high ground currently. They've got a lot of space as well. One of their teammates is tarping out ahead, and they're a couple layers higher, a little behind. So, I mean, they've got full control currently as the high ground. We see Tabney here. I don't know where Cease is. Might have been taken down, actually, in Reflections, but there's still 37 players alive.
37 players alive. We're seeing a couple of them start to drop off. Sheep is one of them. Illis goes down, and that is one of our top teams. Illis dropping that early with 14 teams still remaining. Could drop him down the leaderboards, especially with Cease and Co still alive. You mentioned Snood too. Cease is getting focused by the lobby. Say it ain't so, Cease. I'm so sorry. And it does seem as if Storm Surge is still a very real thing, because I was seeing a player, still just above that threshold. Maybe it goes down, but Cease is out of the way. Tabney's still alive. He's forced to just go forward, and someone is carrying Cease's body, lifeless body, to the safe zone so they can get the refresh and nothing goes to waste. I feel so bad for the guy.
That was a very difficult position to be in, but Tabney actually just ends up getting eliminated as well. We can see on the feed he did have the exotic chug cannon, so now another trio is gonna have the exotic chug cannon. They're gonna be able to use it in the end game, and Cloud just got an elimination, so I believe his trio is currently alive, which has 2 chug cannons, so they might be able to play this heal off. But Arrow going into a box, getting eliminated. Here it is. Spark with the chug cannon might have picked it up from Tabney here, so now we've got a lot of different teams with a lot of different chug cannons, and I can't wait to see what happens.
Oh, it's going to be so chaotic. You know, obviously those chug cannons are going to be phenomenal to have.
Teams on the high ground. 2 eliminations on SK. He's got to be careful here, though. Trying to see if he can get an angle on Illust. Illust is actually still alive here on the leaderboard, currently in the top 3. We have to see what he's going to be able to do. 2 mini shields, though, so he's got to be careful, Reflections.
Yeah, he's definitely got to be careful. This is not going to be easy. We're just down to the few remaining teams, and Endless with that high ground is definitely going to be huge, but no white health. So if it does come down to a hill off Takada, he's not going to be okay. Illis still alive. If he can carry this game with his team, who knows? Illis could very well be in first place. This is a very big moment for him.
Absolutely. Actually manages to take one down on the high ground. This could be the retake. They're going to try and take the high ground. It's a 3 versus 2. If they're able to secure this, this could be the play which wins them the match here. They have to play it well, though. They have the player advantage. They have to take the 2v3, not multiple 1v1s. Zycoma actually running quite low on mats here. He's going to have to make a huge play if he wants to be able to come out on top here. Teammate gets knocked down. It's all up to him solo on the high ground.
Solo on the high ground, and again, a big spot for him. Those 3 med kits could be massive. 5 teams remain, 9 players alive. Water falling down, taking way too much damage. 18 health. Zycoma makes a massive mistake. He can still recover, but he's going to have to play flawlessly.
16 HP to work with here alongside his shield. He hits a 34 shot. It's not enough, though. Gets taken down. Chucky now, last player alive on his team, has to go against Spark. Doesn't have any materials. Gets the drop 70. It's not enough. Spark alive now. Has some fishes. Has the chug cannon. Who's going to be able to take the heal off?
Oh, man. Visual's trying. Visual's going to drop. As you said, the chug cannon in. Duke able to heal up to Roller with one of his own. Things are definitely getting good, but they're on the same team. Where are the other 2? The other 3, excuse me. One is going to fall off. That's going to be Visuals and Spark. They're gone. Demersky will drop off in the last second into Roller and Visuals and Duke. Hey, man, it seems like the rich get richer. Those chug cannons taking the strategy from Cease yesterday, brother, seems to have paid off.
I mean, it worked out from first place day 1 to winning the first match of day 2. I don't even think they got the chug cannons beforehand. They must have secured it.
That's true.
From eliminations, and they had double. Use the double chug cannon plus a med kit to win the heal off. I mean, everything aligned for them. They played it perfectly. I'm not sure how many eliminations they had, but if they were alive for that long, I'm sure they had a big amount. So that's going to be a huge game to start off day 2.
Absolutely. Huge game. You're already sitting pretty, at least at this point in time. And man, like I said, the rich get richer, brother. And I don't even know where they're going to go from here, but I'm sure the sky is the limit. Cease, where did Cease fall off? I know he fell off a little bit earlier. What, top maybe 10 or something like that? They came in 3rd place, trailing behind around, what, 11 points behind that of first. I don't expect them to drop, much further down, but again, they can't have many more games like that. You got to be playing at your top peak performance if you want to secure first.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you have the opportunity, right? As long as you make it to the end game, knowing that if you play it right, you'll get a big game. I think that's enough to make it. If you're not getting eliminated in the early, in the mid game, and you make it to these end games, I think they have a chance to get that, first place, that throne of $6,000 and all those Razer products, which is literally insane.
I know. I love it, man. I mean, so many Razer products. You got to give a shout out to them, obviously, be one of the main sponsors of the events. But game 1 did not disappoint at all, Tokata. I love the fact that we now have a storyline in Slurpee. We've got a storyline in Lazy. We have a storyline in Pleasant. Literally storylines, I think, across the board. So we definitely got to at least keep harping on those phenomenal plays overall, Tokata. And I can't wait to see our intel play of the game, quite honestly, brother, because I know it's not going to disappoint.
Not at all. I mean, there was so many plays of the game, but here it comes, and it was actually Zycoma who almost was able to secure that elimination there, but Chucky managed to come out on top here. Actually did a very good attempt of dropping out the Spark there, but Spark had the better aim, hit the bigger shot, and managed to get that extra placement point alongside that elimination. But see how Duke here popped the med kit, and after the med kit, he was solo chug splashing, but D-Roller came down, grouped up with Duke, and they were able to use double chug splash, which means they lasted alive much longer. It was played very well.
I mean, perfectly, literally perfectly. Zycoma breaking my heart, though, taking that fall damage. We were highlighting him and praising him for having that high ground, but fall damage seems to be the biggest thing. You would expect him, the Tapman, to be in this tournament at this point in time with as much fall damage that is taking place. My heart goes out to Zycoma, but of course, still 4 more games remain. That first game was absolutely intense. As the games do go on, though, to kind of expect teams to get a little bit more riskier, start to engage off the start a little bit more, get those elimination points up. But as we said, the rich do get richer, and I cannot wait to see how much first place is going to be able to take that lead, because I'm sure they are going to catapult up. But at least our time for casting game number 1 is done. Still a lot more to break down and some key moments to break down as well. Yeso, Jacob, let's send it over to you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Great first game of the day, and obviously reflections and Tukata crushing it as always, so no surprises there. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Yeso here once again in the GVO zone of the Esports Arena studio, and I got Jacob, MVPR, here with me, ready to break down that first game of the day. Jacob, welcome. Happy Saturday. Excited to have you here on our final day of Fortnite action. Just tell me what you're feeling after that first game of the day.
To me, it's a little sense of deja vu after game number 1 and day 1 as well. It was a really stacked lobby. Everybody's kind of feeling each other out. You already saw some change up the strategy as well. As you saw, excuse me, day number 1 was kind of led by Cease. Getting that exotic Chug Splash with his team, they kind of shared it around with 2. But as you saw early on in this first game of the day, in day number 2, that strategy was stolen away from them by Hero. That was another big player in day number 1. They made some great moves at the ending portions of the day to try to get themselves into the top portions of that leaderboard. So already it shows that these teams are learning, they're adapting, and they're making sure that no time or no opportunity is wasted.
Yeah, and then a huge move as D-Roller already coming in to the day in first place, grabbing a victory royale to start things off. We talked at the end of yesterday how that difference between first, second, and third wasn't all that big, but starting the day with their second victory royale of the weekend is absolutely huge for them to try and build a gap there at the top of the leaderboard. But let's get to some business here. We got our Norton Gaming MVP of our first game of the day. Jacob, who did you guys go with?
Yeah, I had to give it to Duke himself, because not only were they one of those teams that kind of outlasted everybody in the end, they fought tooth and nail. They got those chug cannons, 2 of them to be exact. They were able to kind of fight off. He got the med kit off with visuals watching his back. And then when they reunited with D-Roller and you saw those chug splashes go out at the end, he was the one kind of holding the wall. And he was going to get aggressive if he needed to on Spark towards the back end. So you got to give it to him, doing almost everything necessary, offensive, defensive, helping his team in order to take game number 1.
Definitely a great performance there from Duke. I've already seen some of you folks in Twitch chat trying to get in on it. We are rolling our first giveaway here in a few moments, so make sure you hit exclamation point giveaway so you get the info you need to get in on that. We're giving away a pair of these Black Shark V2 Pro headsets, a Huntsman mini keyboard, and one of those Viper 8K mice. Yeah, Jacob's rocking that Black Shark. It's really cozy, right? It's super light too. It's like almost like you don't have anything on your head.
And then to me, the best part is sometimes I run into the issue with like cords being too short.
Yeah.
I have more than enough space. I can throw it behind me. It almost looks like, cordless, but that's just because how much cord I have. I love these headsets.
Yeah.
And I'm obviously looking at all that food that you got there, man. Please save me at least the 10-piece buffalo sauce, barbecue sauce. I'll be there after the show to pick it up.
I got you. Now, though, we talked about Duke as our MVP. That does lead us into our Norton Gaming play of the match here for the first one. Break this one down for me, Jacob.
All right, the play of the game. You like to see it. And they kind of said it with Takata. There was Zycoma trying to make a big play, but unfortunately he had no resources there to continue on. It's like the same thing you're seeing out of Chucky. That's why he had to make that big drop and taking out Spark, but the opportunity wasn't there. Unfortunately, Spark had those macros. They had the Chug Splash, so he's able to kind of get his HP back up. But in a 3v1 situation, this is almost so hard to overcome. And you see Duke getting that med kit off, quickly turning around, realizing visuals is down, and that's the thing. You realize he's down, he's unsavable, you got to keep it moving. The show must go on, and that's where you see him reunite with D-Roller, and that's why I said towards the back end, as we see the view getting switched, he's ready to go aggressive if this one does continue. Obviously, he doesn't know what Spark's HP and shield is like, so he had to be ready at a moment's notice if it didn't go his way.
Certainly well played there, and shout outs to Norton Gaming bringing us our MVPs and our moments of the matches throughout the day. If you guys need protection, and we certainly all do when we are all out on the internet, Norton Gaming can cover you from over 7 million threats. And the first 100,000 people to head over to norton.com/Razer can get their first entire year of Norton 364 gamers for just a single dollar. So make sure to head over there right now, get in on that fantastic deal. We're getting ready for game 2. It certainly promises to be a good one, but I'm gonna get ready with a little bit of food. I've been kind of hungry. I got some nuggets here. I got a BTS meal and a crispy chicken sandwich with my name on it. Yeah, don't worry. We got you, Jacob.
Just eat it for me. I'm gonna live through you right now.
Yes.
I'm gonna live vicariously through you.
I'm gonna throw down on some nuggets. If you guys need your own, use your favorite delivery app, whether it's Postmates, DoorDash, Uber Eats, or Grubhub. Get your McDelivery today, and we'll see you after the break.
Yeah. I am a legend. I am the GOAT. I am the greatest. I am the hope. Can't take my spot. I'll die for mine. You cross that line. I broke the mold. I cracked the code, and now it's time. And now it's time. The world is mine.
You're gaming across dozens of accounts, all of your inventories filled with valuable in-game items and personal information. Yet you're just a side quest in the campaign of cyber criminals who have stolen over 13 billion records. You need Norton 360 for gamers, the next level in device security. Dark web monitoring that notifies you if your gamer tag is discovered on the dark web. A no-log VPN to help prevent DDoS attacks or doxing. PC notification optimization helps you keep your eyes on the prize. You won't be bothered while gaming. Cyber criminals had better be ready for the hardest match of their lives.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Razer Invitational for North America featuring Fortnite. I'm Taylor Reflections, Double, joined by Jacob MVPR, and we're about to head into game number 2. But first, just a little minor recap of game number 1, Jacob. So many phenomenal moments. We're now starting to see a big dynamic battle in Slurpy Swamps. We've also been seeing a lot of activity in Pleasant. Snood from the X set decided to even rotate into that at one point, challenging that of Han, Bronos, and Co. Man, there's a lot of areas that just aren't safe anymore, Jacob, it seems.
Yeah, no, I did kind of see it early on in day number 1. One of the teams you mentioned, Snood, kind of going towards the top half, maybe towards Stronghold, maybe even a little bit more north than that, rotating in after everybody goes past Pleasant so they can kind of get that free upgrade without having to take too many fights. But obviously, after not the best showing in day number 1, Snood and even a couple of other teams out there might be having to force some action, force those altercations, get a couple of extra elimination points, and that way you can get extra placement points by wiping out some of these teams. So some of these guys towards the back end are going to have some big games today, but those leaderboard leaders, Illis's team, D-Roller's team, Cease's team, they're sitting at the top half of that leaderboard, and they're looking pretty. And D-Roller and Dukes and Visuals kind of padding their lead even more. But you saw how good Spark was. They were one of those teams that ended up with the Chug Cannon as well. They got 30 points. So already after one game, we got so many teams still neck and neck.
Yeah, neck and neck indeed. Neck and neck indeed. You know, again, for Dukes, D-Roller, and Visuals, the very end was chaotic, but for them, they found some respite in those Chug Cannons. Those seem to definitely be within that meta. We will definitely be watching them kind of fight for those off the start once again. It's nice to see Buck T, Zycoma, and Endless start to come into the fold with 27 points. There was a moment where Zycoma ended up falling off a bit too early. He had that high ground and then took way too much fall damage. He was definitely set up for late game. The only problem with him falling as he did, taking that fall damage, is he didn't have any white health from that point. Floppers would have been a phenomenal addition to his inventory. We got Zork, Illis, though, and Chucky, 27th, tying that of Buck T and Co. We'll see how well they're going to do, because coming into this event, obviously, they're one of our leading teams. As far as the rest of the users goes, I guess users and Eclipse down at 22. So we're seeing a lot of the old familiar faces still on that leaderboard, Jacob.
Yeah, but that was just only game number 1. If this is any resemblance of day number 2 that we had yesterday, it was a slow game number 1. Not too many big engagements going down. They just want to feel each other out, see how these game goes and how these players are playing. But games number 2, games number 3, that's when things are going to speed up just a little bit more, as teams are going to start to take a little bit more risk. And then games number 4 and 5, when teams realize their backs are against the wall, they have to make some big plays. It's not just about those placement points, that they need those kill points, otherwise it's mathematically impossible. That's when we're going to start seeing some high risk, high reward scenarios. But right now in game number 2, it's to me, it's still a chess match.
It is a chess match, and one of those people that's hopefully going to win that chess match, or at least if you're a fan of them, and they were hyped up yesterday, McDonald's MVP, Cease and Co. Cease and Co's not even within the top 11 of points right now, and obviously falling off a bit earlier than they wanted to. We saw that they definitely had some struggles. Cease was eliminated, and then that left Chimp and his partner to try and duo it up. They gave it their best shot. They really did. Ultimately ended up falling, and I do believe that was a reason why Dukes, D-Roller, and Visual were able to accumulate those Chug Cannons, right? That was a massive play for them. We're going to be dropping down. It looks like everybody now is starting to just kind of fly into their landing zone. We have pretty much the same ones about to take place. You mentioned Snood is going to be up there towards that stronghold. A lot of llamas over there.
I would say a lot towards Pleasant. And then even if the zone kind of pulls towards Spire, you're going to have somebody there. But this is where it's very important for these players when you're kind of gliding down, is you mark out those llamas. You figure out where they're at. So then you make that decision. Do I go off or I'll spawn like that one that is in Pleasant? Or do I try to go to my regular drop spot? Because we do know there is a massive bunker chest that one team is really going to utilize. And that just depends if it is uncontested, because one of those teams could easily fly past the South Stronghold.
Man, a lot of players too over at Lazy Lake. I was seeing at least 5-6 teams choosing to go over to that area. We'll see how that one's going to unfold. And
this little nifty,
hey,
they got shield. The reason why they landed on that bridge is because they realized Boney Burbs was uncontested, and so instead of wasting time, wasting minis, wasting any big pods, getting your shields up, they landed on that slurp chucks right there, which is probably the car that they're in right now. Got the shield on their backside, and then they're going to move in. And the reason why he was kind of smacking his teammate is just so that he can get in faster. Only 2 people can ride in the car. You don't want to leave him behind.
Yeah, you definitely don't. Semi-trucks are great, man, but it doesn't have the trailer that you can ride in, right? Which would be incredibly fun, but dangerous. But I guess it's even more dangerous to hit your teammate up ahead. But hey, it works. It's Fortnite, and some things are a little bit goofy, but that's why we love the game, right, Jacob? Well, we got Noob on your screen, and as you said, Boney Burbs uncontested. A lot of maps from this area. You also have that NPC that you can talk to and kind of get your things going. But more importantly, you get kitted up quite well from this spot. And because it's pretty centralized, you're going to be within that safe zone as well. So you don't have to rotate, or at least prioritize your rotation like you would do if you were landing at Stronghold or, you know, a little bit further out.
Yep, and right now he's just trying to knock that tower down. Free loot from the top. Free resources from the bottom. Keep it moving. Loot the next spot. Go back for the loot. But this is what happens when you get a kind of uncontested Boney Burbs. And that's where I kind of look at, you know, a player like Hero from yesterday. Not only did he make that hero play, taking out users, kind of got him a second place finish, but we already got a fight going down. One player is going to be eliminated, but this is a 2v1 situation. If they win this, they're going to be able to get that reboot. They get the down onto NASA Boy. And already you see it's going to continue. Going to shake him down, drop a mini for his teammates, figure out where the rest of his opposition is at. But already on the minimap, nobody is close. So I'm really wondering, Reflections, what just happened?
Well, as I said, right, Lazy Lake, we're over here. There's a ton of teams that were kind of, you know, gliding over to this section. And, man, at least as of right now, losing your teammate early on does hurt. It's not the most optimal way to get started, but maybe there is a possibility to get them back into the game. I don't know if they got the reboot card. I don't think they did, but regardless, though, now you got to duo it up. That Scar is going to help. Right, that Scar is definitely going to help, but they're going into Lazy. There's a team here. That's Aperta and Co., and we know how strong they can be. So for Dev and Swirl, I really hope they know what they're getting themselves into.
Yeah, you got to make sure that you don't bite off more than you can chew, but at the same time, you're kind of getting forced to rotate into this position. But right now, I'm just kind of looking at the loot. A makeshift. He has a primal shotgun trying to get the rebounds. As soon as this sounds off, we know Sparky, he got second place last game. They're going to turn and try to get aggressive. It's just a matter of how aggressive, how much they're going to toy with this one. As soon as they pop shields off a player and drop him down to white HP, that's when you're going to see them swarm. Like shark in the water, they're going to smell that blood and they're going to go.
Absolutely. Well, already an engagement going to be underway. It's the second engagement, mind you, for Swirl and Co. and Dev, right? This is not the way you want to start, but again, game number 1 is done with Jacob, and I expect teams to get a little bit more aggressive off the start to establish their landing zones. We are going to have kind of a pincer moment for Swirl. He's got Spark and Co. in front of him. There's one behind. That one player behind is the one that I would be most worried about.
Ooh, he's marking the llama. There you go. He's just going to mark it out if you win this fight. But that's a much-needed llama for this team right here on screen, Swirl. It's because they're just down bad. It ended up in a fight, ended up trading off, ended up having to get a reboot. You see no shields on 2 of those members, so already that has to be known for this enemy team. Build fight going down for just a moment. He does have enough mass to make this go through, but the shots towards the backside is so important. I already talked about no shields. Now he's getting dropped down from below. He needs 10 seconds of breather room here in order to get that med kit off, but I don't think it's going to be given to him, or at least not for free. They're continuously attacking. They know he has no shield. They know he's being desperate, and he finally gets taken down. And that's the thing. His teammates couldn't even really help him, because then they put themselves in the same exact risk scenario as they just saw his teammate go through.
Swirl, the first person to be eliminated. Now there's 2. Spark does finish him off, so it's going to be 1 elimination going their way. And as far as Dev and Breezy go, they say, we need to get this loot llama. Let's go ahead and get as many mats and as bullets as we possibly can. But he's getting focused. Life not being made easy. His teammate just below him is not having a great time either. He's going to be dropped. Dev now forced to fight for his life, building up a tower. But unfortunately, he's down to 9 health, and I think his time is about to be short-lived. One more bullet and he will fall.
He's just wasting the mats. He just doesn't want to give anything up over to his opponents. He doesn't want to allow them, because even in this situation, you don't want to allow your opponents to get all those spoils of war and continue to move on, get more elimination points, get more placement points. So right there, he kind of knew he was dead, so he just didn't want to give up too much towards his enemy team there, which could be big. It could play a role in the end, because that was the llama they were probably saving there to the very end, because as you saw, they had it uncontested. That team rotated in after a big fight.
They did. They didn't have a good time, right? I mean, if you're talking about Swirl Dev, they lose Breezy early on. They're forced to rotate into Lazy just to go for the revive. The revive obviously tips off towards Spark, Aperta, as well as Aminish that, hey, there's a team here. We need to focus fire them. We need to challenge them, and they do. Loot Llama, it is what it is. It does go to waste, but I mean, quite honestly, Aperta now, they don't have anybody there. They're not going to be challenged. They're going to be quite all right. Now, this is the storyline that I was interested into going into game 2. It started developing in game 1, right? This is going to be Hero and Co. going against Cease. And Cease didn't have the best of games from game number 1. He definitely needs to make it up for game number 2, but it starts here. Let's see what they can do.
Yep. Just one of those hero plays he made in day number 1. They already switched up their strategy, taking on one of the top teams, and honestly, not only would they be able to kind of end up in a good spot getting those exotic chug cannons, but if they can honestly take out Cease and Co. again, or at least force them in a bad spot, force to rotate early, they could take out one of those top teams, or at least put one of those top teams in an unfavorable position. But it doesn't look like Cease, Tabney, and Chimp are going to back down anytime soon. They got the loot they wanted. They have the shields. They even have a flopper to get their HP back up. It's just only a matter of time. But already, it's actually going to be looking like a third-party attempt. Larson, Nexi, and Crumble are there as well.
And I think this is the first time they've been here, Jacob. I don't know Crumble and Co. being in this spot off the rip, and you could definitely see the cogs turning. The team starting to figure out, look, those chug cannons, we have to fight hard for them. But for Cease and Co., they might disengage and opt to maybe cut them off in a future rotation, but they don't want to lose their lives early on, and this has to make them feel uncomfortable.
Depending on what's looted out there, though, it almost makes me wonder if they're going to try to back off for now, because the zone is down there, and then they can kind of revisit that opportunity later if they can collect more gold. But right now, you got 2 more duos. I always say duos, but it's possibly trios as well. Multiple players getting taken down. It does look like another one could be rotating in as well. This could be a cluster of a fight with multiple players getting eliminated. It's going to continue. New, one of those players that landed Bony Burbs off the start, gets another one. And now Sykes is forced to hide in a bush. Teammates just getting eliminated. It makes me wonder, did they get the shakedown? The only reason why I'm going to think no, maybe they didn't, because he doesn't look worried. He doesn't look like he has to be on the run just yet.
And not just shit, using that bush. Map management, nothing wrong with this. And when does he take that first shot? All right, when does he want to expose his position? Well, he might not want to at this point. He understands I'm by myself. Maybe engaging on that trio isn't going to be the best answer or even the best response. It's going to let them pass by. He might have the carts. That could be one thing that he's waiting for. Bony Burbs to maybe, become a little less congested so he can get his trio back into the fight. But you better believe right now the palms are sweaty, Jacob, and he is just praying no one finds where he is.
He just has to do it again, though, and it just makes me wonder how much time left, if any, could be on those reboots. But Sharkman, one of the teams yesterday, they got like a 14-kill win yesterday. So they're looking to kind of build on to that momentum that they had in day number 1 as the rotation. They're just going to kind of rotate right past. But this is where Sykes, if there's any chance at a reboot card left, this is going to be that moment of opportunity he's going to take to try to get his teammates back into the... Yeah, there goes one. It's just a matter of how many. Does he get both? Does he just get one?
Well, I don't know. That's the question. I'm not
looking
too
like he's
sure.
Going for another one.
Yeah, he might be, okay. And he gets it. So fair play to him, Jacob, wasting all that time hiding in the bush. I know it was a tense moment, but it pays dividends, and he's going to go ahead and go for the reboot and should be okay. I do want to point out, though, Xset Snood might be okay. You mentioned that he was kind of prioritizing that stronghold position. Well, look at the zone. I think he might have a good run at potential late game.
Yeah, this might actually be, I don't want to call this a Seagate moment of the match, but it's Sykes and his team right now could come out with a big placing in this game. That might just be it. He didn't do it in terms of flashiness. He didn't get any big eliminations. He didn't go down bad in the sense of getting pushed by multiple trio teams. He just kind of played the patient game. He's just waiting for that moment of opportunity. Two trios kind of passed him, and then that's when he kind of got those reboot cards. So that could be a big moment for him and his trio, but now we got Arrow, Arc of Clamps, kind of set up in zone, not as center as they could be, but I do think they're kind of hoping that the zone kind of pools on this side of the map simply because that first zone pulled far west. So kind of hoping. It's all random, but you could have hopes, you can have dreams.
You definitely can. I mean, we've seen Cease in game 1 yesterday, right? Get blessed by the zone. It's a very real thing. Naturally, you have to expect you're going to have to kind of rotate in. A lot of teams established in this area. Everyone just kind of tense, waiting for that first team to move up. We've only seen one team eliminated, and that was a little bit earlier, Swirl, Dev, and Breezy when they got into the fight over at Lazy with Spark, Aperta, as well as Diminished. But other than that, those are the only team, or that is the only team, excuse me, to be eliminated. Over at Holly, looks as if there's maybe one team just to their left, maybe a solo also just in front, or excuse me, that's going to be the other teammate. As far as I'm looking, this could be a 3v3 battle, so both trios still sitting pretty healthy. But once they get into an engagement, it's going to be a bit chaotic, you'd have to assume. But they do have zone. There's no reason to really fight this unless you just want to get them out of the way, alleviate that pressure.
Yeah, and to me, it also all depends on the situation that you're in, where your point's at. But like you said, there's those two trios in Holly. Our third one's looking like they're second guessing going through Holly. Possibly they maybe want to rotate around, try to go towards dead side. You see another team kind of floating in as well. So there's 4 trio teams in such a close vicinity from one another. They're just definitely going to have to be careful. But I will say, for the ones that are actually in Holly right now, they already have the zone. They don't have to worry about being forced in or forcing a fight just yet. As you see, they're kind of just claiming that house. They would just want to take their time, like we already saw one trio do early on to reboot his teammates.
All right, Sight looking like he's going to be rotating in, taking a little bit of damage. No worries, though. He does have 3 floppers and 2 minis, plus he's got those 5 bandages, but a little bit more damage still. And I know Psych, off that rotation, was not wanting to go ahead and burn through these minis, and I guess he's going to kind of be forced to maybe even pass off some bandages, and who knows, maybe even a flopper over towards his teammates. Dinosaurs causing a bit of a ruckus just up ahead to the left, man. Those animals can be absolutely vicious. But here's that engagement. Holly, I kind of talked about it, right? Those 3v3 battles that might take place. And for Hydrax, he will take quite a bit of damage. Hoods forced to fight up close and personal. He does have that epic pump, though. That's going to be a phenomenal weapon to use, especially in these box fight situations. Pepper up ahead, and one of these trios has lost at least one person. That's a great tag, Jacob.
Yeah, that was a big tag. That was going to be with attack shotgun. So he knows he can fire off one after the next. So it's going to be important to pick your fights, your situation, the box fights, but you have to be very, very important to know what type of fighting style you need to go ahead and match up with the weaponry that you have. But that was going to be one of those teams, Hoods, Hydratics, and Play right here. They kind of rotated down from south, Weeping Woods, or that Greasy Grove. This fight is going to continue. The longer they take, the harder it's going to be for both of these guys if they take too much damage. Because as you already saw, one of those guys, they don't have a ton of shields. They don't have a ton of heals. So it does look like they're just going to pop peppers and try to get out alive. They don't want to put their own game at risk for what could be just 3 simple elimination points because they're already in the top 24. Once we get down towards the top 18, each and every placement is much more important than the next.
Absolutely right. You definitely want to set yourself up quite nicely. Still several players remaining. We know whenever it comes to the Storm Surge, 50 is going to be that cutoff point. 68 is just simply not going to cut it. So teams need to start getting those tags if they potentially can. Obviously, these peppers are helping to just rotate into zone, and that wouldn't have been really in the meta seasons ago, but obviously now it is, and I love the fact that they're utilizing everything they possibly can. Hydrax taking a little bit of damage rotating in, but again, he has 6 minis, he has a half pot, he's going to be just fine, Jacob.
Yep, and that's exactly why they chose to not fight that fight early on. They realized this game is just going to get tougher as it proceeds. So you want to make sure you save as many of these mats, as many of these resources, the minis, the heals, as possible, as for when you get to this portion of the game that you use it, because it's almost guaranteed to take damage at one point or another, especially once you get towards those half and half zones, to where you're forced to rotate, or at least everybody in the lobby is kind of forced to rotate through. So you want to kind of build up to that moment, put yourself in a position where you don't have to use everything too early. So as you can kind of see, that southern portion of the map right now, they're kind of all stacked together on the ground floor, while the people that are kind of in Sweaty Sands, not only do they have the center, they have the buildings, they can replenish more mats, they can really set themselves up for it to be a big late game.
Definitely can. Zerx is going to go ahead and pick up 2. Papify is going to fall. That was one of my MVPs from yesterday in one of the games, but fortunately falling a little bit earlier than he most likely wanted to. NASA Boy is down, and Sif, he's just down to what, about 30 or so health. Not Trolls forced to go try, at least try and go big in this moment. He's getting focused a little bit and can't even pass off the hills to his teammate, who is in desperate need of him. But from below, Archive is giving them one heck of a fight. Luckily, they do get a little bit of time to maybe pop a mini, take the med kit. But you also got that zone that's going to move in just about 40 or so seconds. So popping that med kit, getting as much white health as possible is going to be absolutely critical, because with how contested this zone is, Jacob, you have to at least expect some storm damage to occur.
Yeah, right now, this is one of those risky plays. Yeah, I was about to say exactly that. You're putting out shots on that third-party team while everybody has an opportunity to look at you. They know you're going to have to rotate in. So instead of taking these shots, you probably should think about where you're going to find that opportunity, that route that you need in order to get towards Sweaty Sands, so that you can get in towards the zone. You wait too long, you're going to become the target in the end. It doesn't matter how much high ground you have, and that's why they're going to take this moment. Finally, they're going to use that trio team, those 2 teams rotating on their left side, as much of a distraction as possible, so they can get in towards zone. And already you can see why. Look at that map right now. So many teams are stacked up, ready for those rotating zones, and you can already see most of the zone is over the beach, where there's no pre-made builds.
Yeah, over the beach, as you just said, and potential for a water zone is also going to present itself, Jacob. Notro's just looking to maybe get a tag onto Demon, if that's a possibility. Demon goes through, but unfortunately misses the shot, just wasn't ready to take it. Some people, though, using those hotels for the ultimate high ground for the time being. Not a bad play. Way to utilize, kind of that map management, right? Something that's going to be greatly beneficial, especially if we get over towards the water fight. You do notice on that pier, though, Jacob, there's 2 teams just tightly packed in like sardines. They're trying to utilize as much natural coverage as they can.
Yeah, this is where you can kind of saw during FNCS that trio of Clicks, Bizzle, and Booga kind of landed over towards Sweaty Sands. I think Clicks kind of would claim that back portion on the pier every now and again if he did kind of get it taken from him by Tahi. So it's going to be interesting to see if any of those teams kind of learn from those professional players. That's what I always say. A lot of the things you see here isn't necessarily always new. It's just a twist on something that's already there. So make sure you're always watching, always learning. But this is going to be the high ground going right on over towards the beach. So this isn't going to be too dangerous for some of those teams that are currently on the pier to kind of hold high ground, or at least attempt to hold high ground, because if they get shot down, there is water below them, barring anybody trying to take position underneath. So it's not going to be too bad. That's going to be C sitting over there, so they're not going to have to rotate too far. Once again, almost 2 days in a row, they get gifted a zone in game number 2.
Yeah, great job from Chimp Cease and Co. Coming into today, to kind of mention, maybe they were going to reinforce themselves, in a much stronger way than before, and they do exactly that. They literally have the Taj Mahal of builds, surrounding them. Very well done, but as you said, Trap looking to take that high ground, and Cease, Chimp, Tab, they force to fight for their positioning. It's not going to be easy at all. One thing, though, they don't necessarily need to get them out of the way. They can overtake high ground and kind of pace it out, given the fact that they do have quite a few of existing builds already, and they also do have an opportunity to maybe laser the players just up ahead. This is going to be a massive rotate. You mentioned not a lot of pre-builds within that beach area. That's going to make the job difficult for Demersky. Fighting against the storm, taking some tags, still okay relatively, but he's also being focused by somebody else, and Demersky about to drop Jacob.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. I was beginning to think right now, does he have that chug cannon? Can he replenish some of those heals? But no, he cannot. And Cease, I was wondering if there was a moment there that he was going to pop those minis to get his shields back up, but he was looking for the siphon off the back of elimination. He's going to get it. Chimp's going to get tagged up, though. He's not going to waste any time using his minis, using the big pot. He does have the extra heals to go ahead and do it, as you see Tabney going ahead and spreading the love around. But down low, Noob's kind of going through it. You see Cease, you see multiple players here towards the backside. He's trying to find that open shot, that open elimination that could possibly come through, and he's actually going to use to try and escape. Look at that chug cannon. He's actually going to get it back, so they could take some ticks here from the Storm Surge if they want to look to find the perfect spot in zone.
And a perfect spot sometimes doesn't present itself. Sometimes you have to make the perfect spot yours. And I think in this case, that's what Noob is wanting to do. The chug cannon obviously going to be phenomenal for that late game, as we have seen so far. And you got to question, who did Noob and Co pick it up from? Because I know they were not one of the trios who was over in Slurpee. So maybe eliminating another one of those teams who was rotating in from Slurpee. But I love this spot, Jacob. Using the pre-existing tunnel they built earlier, and also having the dock up ahead. It is a phenomenal fortress that they can use to go back and forth. They have been blessed.
And that thing is, they have that cannon. They can be patient. But now we see the trio of Snood, Possessed, and Tragics. They don't have that tunnel down towards the bottom, so they're going to have to fight for this position. It does look like a trio is trying to hold them out as much as possible. So they're going to turn, reposition themselves, find a new route, but they still need to continue to go forward. And this is where it gets tricky. There's so many builds that might not necessarily be theirs. They're going to fight. That's going to be Sharkman's trio. Big shots being fired out. Possessed loses all his shields. Tragic, he has most of his HP and shields. So they're going to go ahead and continue to eliminate Smite. Possess is still going through it, though.
Nice.
And there goes another elimination, I do believe, or that could just be that first one as the rest of his trio escape for the moment. But Possess, I don't know how much time you have, but you don't have any before the next fight presents itself. Sneak towards the back as well. They're just completely towards the low ground. They're going to have to fight so much to stay alive.
Yeah, absolutely. But we did talk about, Snood kind of being one of the... Oh, no, they get eliminated. You said they had the fight tooth and nail. And I was just about to highlight that they could have a great run. Cease has also been eliminated. Tabney falls to the wayside. Maybe one more remains, but that was Archive picking them off. And I'm curious, is Archive a part of Trap's team who overtook that high ground just a little bit earlier? Endless takes down Clamps. 13 trios remain. 27 players alive. Archive is finished off due to the Storm Surge. Insight will take him down. And at this point, Duke forced to just try and stay alive with visuals. And if D-Roller, visuals, and Duke can make it out of this and win this game, it's going to be so difficult to dethrone them from first place. They're already sit there. They came in to game 2 and first. They won game number 1, and they're looking to replicate that, but visuals has been eliminated.
I don't know if they're going to be able to stay. They're at least trying to chuck his body in towards the zone, because at the very minimum, they can still go ahead and get his mass. But it does look like they're at least going to try to attempt the revive for the moment. But D-Roller's getting shot from above. I do believe that was Nexy, but Duke, he can't waste any time here. That's why I said they're probably going to let that one go through. He needs to stay ahead of zone. Sharkman gets his shield drop. Noob, he has those cannons, so he can easily get the heals back up. But I don't know where that moment is going to come through. Chucky's trying to save the day. He might have been off more than he could chew, running into Noob and his teammate, but this is where it's going to get tricky. As the zone closes, it's going to get smaller and smaller. 18 people alive. It's looking like a Cloud Fiesta. Multiple eliminations, multiple shots going by, and Dom finds a way to get the elimination, to get the siphon, and he gets another down. They're just continuing on a rampage right now.
That has to be in contention for the intel play of the game. That moment should set them up quite nicely to challenge Visuals, D-Roller, and Duke at the tail end. Only 11 players remaining. It's getting chaotic towards the tail end, towards the bottom end of the section. Dom continues to try and pop off players all around him, but he is unwavering, still hitting phenomenal shots. Player just up above, taking some damage, still within a safe zone, forced to rotate in. Duke just up ahead. He's one shot. He's gonna drop. Bully takes him down. Dom, Dusky, Bully continuing to pop off and well on their way to the victory royale.
This is a 3v2 situation here, but they're having to fight from the low ground. I don't know if that's D-Roller still towards the top side, but they're trying to go back to back here to start off day number 2. But it's Fluger and Trap. Trap was able to take away the high ground early on due to the usage of the peppers, but he has no AR ammo. He gets dropped down with a shotgun. 3v2, passed around. Fluger goes down. Bully's trying to take the victory. He's going to start to heal off towards the bottom, and they take it. Dom gets the kills. They take game number 2.
And that was because of that incredible moment from Dom. Low ground warrior, getting those refresh on the mats, getting those eliminations, set themselves up nicely. How many eliminations did he have? Like 9 or something? I think the last time I even looked when he was popping up, it was like at 7. Dom set his team up. Dom, absolutely the player who made it happen, the player that made it count, because let's not forget, he also eliminated Visuals, and Visuals, High Roller and Co., or D-Roller and Co., were in first place heading into game number 2. They should still be there because they had a solid placing, I believe top 3 or top 4. That's going to be enough, especially with the eliminations they got earlier, but well done from Dom and Co. That match, they made theirs.
Yeah, and that's also, to me, I'm going to give it a shout out. Bully, I haven't seen much of him throughout day number 1 on the actual broadcast. While you guys were casting that first game, I saw his mom coming to chat supporting him, saying, hey, where is he at? How's my boy doing? Guess what? He's on the big screen winning game number 2. And that's what you want to see if your mom or anybody supporting your kids, supporting their dreams. It's just like fate. It all just came together perfectly. Shout out Razer for that moment.
Yeah, hey, shout out to Bully's mom too, supporting from the plane. She's like, I can't really watch right now. I'm on a plane and still finding time to support the son. Hey, well done. Bully, he may be Bully in the competition, but I'm sure Bully's an actual sweetheart in real life. Okay, you raised him right. Let's go ahead and look at our intel play of the game. I'm curious which one it was. I know Dom's pop-off was definitely in contention, but what are we going to get? So Bully on your screen. Fluger also just up there, and this is obviously when they had that high ground. Chaotic moment. 5 players remaining. It was two trios, 2 teams essentially. Dom just up ahead. Fluger forced to rotate out. Bully going for that hill off, and obviously that's what ended up being the last one. And Dom, by the way, picks up Trap and Fluger to finish it off. 9 eliminations for Dom, 5 eliminations for Dusky, and then 1, I think, going over to the way of Bully. So that was one heck of a game. You get the victory royale, plus you get, I don't even know, math is hard, 15 eliminations points. Or something. That's going to catapult them up the leaderboard, brother.
45 points. That's just a massive must-have going into day number 2, game number 2. You started off hot. You make sure to build onto that momentum, though. This is not the moment to slow down. You guys won game number 1, but it's not the time to get complacent, to get content. You have your little short celebration, but now it's time to focus up.
Yeah, complacency. Complacency kills. Bottom line, period. You don't want that to kind of enter into your mindsets. And Jacob, what a game. Game number 2 done. 2 in a row already finished with. We still got to choose our MVP plus our other incredible moments. Yeso, Tokata, you guys need to make some sense of game 2 because it was chaotic.
We're certainly going to do what we can. Reflections, you and Jacob, great work there on game number 2. 3 more to go in our day. Shout out to Bully and the squad grabbing the win, and Bully's mom in Twitch chat. Love to see her out here supporting her boy. So great work there from Bully. So here back in the GVO zone in the Esports Arena Orange County studio, and I got Tokata with me. And I would just like to let everybody know, okay? Tokata and I are now as cool as Ninja because Norton Gaming follows both of us on Twitter, and they also follow Ninja, so we're just like in the same stratosphere. So good for us, Tokata. We're rolling today.
I'm feeling good with that. I'm feeling good, getting Twitter followers, casting a Razer event, seeing Dom clutch it up with 9 eliminations, not only having support from his family, but also from his team. I mean, I'm loving it.
Yeah, I think it's a win. We had a really exciting day 1 where it just seemed game after game we were getting pop-off moment after pop-off moment, and it's hard to think that going into game 2, are we going to get a bit of a drop-off, but the first 2 games have delivered so far. It has been a great start to the day, and we are are loving it. Do want to let you guys know another giveaway going on right now in chat. Use exclamation point giveaway to get the command that you need. We're giving away an Intel Core i7, and we've got another one of these FireCuda 520 NVMe SSD. So get in on the giveaway. You can win these, and there will be more giveaways throughout the day, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry. Make sure you're just around after every single game, okay? So check those out, and you can get those also at bestbuy.com. So head over there. So now we got some games to break down here. Obviously, game 2 all said and done, and we've got our Seagate save of the match here to kick things off. Let's check that one out, Tokata.
Absolutely. So for the save of the match, it's actually gonna be Psych here. So you can see his team got into a little bit of an unfortunate engagement. His team goes down, and Psych had an option, you know? Just, I have an epic tactical shotgun. I can go try and catch one off guard, battle it out, but decision-making is so important in Fortnite, and he decided to, you know, do the little bush strategy, right? The back in the days, hiding it out, trying to get as far as you can. And this is actually very important, because doing this allowed him to grab the reboot card of his teammates and actually get the full res. So not all the time you're going to want to go for the eliminations, go for the aggressive play, and you want to have a moment to just sit back and think, like, is it worth it to take this battle, or should I just wait it out, grab the reboot cards, get the res? Because this allowed them to get all the way to the end game. So it's all about making it to that end game, getting the consistent placement points, the consistent elim points in the late game, and not doing anything too risky in the early and mid game.
Yeah, definitely great work there from Psych, and keeps things rolling. And there's still, you know, 3 games left to go, but we talked about it throughout the broadcast yesterday. Every single point matters. You know, it's about consistency, and that means every single game you've got to be showing up, putting points up on the board, because if you aren't, that gap is going to widen between you and the top of the leaderboard. And especially when we see the team that came in at the start of the day, D-Roller and his squad with the lead, and then start the day with a victory royale, it makes things even harder. So every play is important. Great Seagate save of the match there. We've had tough decisions throughout the weekend so far, and I've got one more for you here. Tokata, your Norton Gaming MVP here for game number 2.
So the MVP, you know, we've had some games where it's been pretty close, but there was a standout player from this game 2 who popped off with almost double-digit elims, not within the trio, but just him, and that's going to be Dom. So we're giving the MVP to Dom. 9 eliminations in a fully stacked lobby, and not only that, a lot of them he was just getting alone, piece controlling his opponents in the low ground, you know, getting the edits, getting the real estate, and getting the eliminations. It was phenomenally played by Dom.
Well done there from Dom. Let's check out our Norton Gaming play of the match here for game number 2, and let's see some more action here from Dom.
So this is Dom. You can see when there's 8 teams alive, he only has 4 eliminations. At the end, he ends up with 9. Picks up 1 there as a solo. Quickly gets back to zone, groups up with his team to help them out. Boom, 189 on his opponent. Secures another one. He's already at 6 eliminations. Goes to look up at the high ground. Quickly realizes it's dangerous though. So they drop down later, and he even gets more eliminations later on. So this was just the beginning of his wrath here. Securing elims in the zone and getting out safely to support his team. I mean, you got to make these decisions so quickly, so fast, and to make the right ones in those high stress environments is very difficult, and Dom did it perfectly.
And with this kind of play continuing, right, we talked at the top of the broadcast. I was joined by Jacob after the first game, and we were kind of highlighting how it really seemed to kind of be a 3-horse race for this event. We were talking about D-Roller, Illest, and Cease, and their squads up at the top of the leaderboard at the end of day 1. But when you see guys coming out like Dom in his squad and popping off and getting 9 eliminations in a single game and then grabbing the victory royale, it makes that conversation much more interesting. And that's what we want. As exciting as it is to see a team just roll through a tournament and watch that kind of dominant performance, when we have all kinds of different squads competing and up there at the top, I think it makes the entire day much more fun for us, because then we're going into our last couple of games and going, who is going to take it? Who's going to have that clutch win here at the end of the day to jump to the top of the leaderboard and grab the victory?
100%. I mean, the leaderboard's so close now too. End of day 1, the top 3 was separated by 3 to 5 points. I mean, they were all on the range. And now in day 2, we still are seeing these top teams make it to the end game. D-Roller, Illest, Cease, they're making it to the end game and they're securing, you know, a bit of points each game. But what they're missing is that big pop-off game, you know, the top 2, the top 3, with a lot of eliminations like Dom just secured. But I mean, we just had 2 games of the 5 matches that we're going to be seeing today. So I mean, there's a lot to happen and I can't wait to see it.
I'm definitely looking forward to it. Do want to give a shout out to Intel. They have recently released their 11th generation processors. And if you want to get a computer or a laptop that has breakneck speed and performance, you can get the Razer Blade 15, which is equipped with those Intel Core processors. You want to grab one or any other Razer or Intel products, you can go over to bestbuy.com and use your My Best Buy account to get exclusive deals on select Razer products. So much love to Intel there. Love getting to work with them throughout the weekend. We're going to head to a quick break. Make sure you're getting in on the giveaway, ladies and gentlemen. Tokata and I are going to go get ready for the next one. We'll be back in just a few.
These are nice. These are very nice.
I don't know how you could get faster.
The most enthusiast level experience yet in a mass-produced gaming keyboard.
The Razer purple optical switches. They're that good.
So they have laser beams inside of them.
These optical switches are the best gaming-centric switches on any keyboard right now.
I love the new switches.
And this new upgrade just makes them even better.
I was completely surprised at how fantastic they felt.
When you're gaming, oh my god, that is going to make a big difference.
Overall, in my opinion, the Huntsman Mini is the best Razer keyboard that they've produced yet.
They've really listened to community feedback over the years. Razer is really the only company who are reaching out to reviewers and media and community.
Razer has really put forth a real contender for your money for a 60% keyboard.
The Razer Huntsman Mini is a solid recommendation.
You're gaming across dozens of accounts, all of your inventories filled with valuable in-game items and personal information. Yet you're just a side quest in the campaign of cybercriminals who have stolen over 13 billion records. You need Norton 360 for gamers, the next level in device security. Dark web monitoring that notifies you if your gamer tag is discovered on the dark web. A no-log VPN to help prevent DDoS attacks or doxing. PC notification optimization helps you keep your eyes on the prize. You won't be bothered while gaming. Cybercriminals had better be ready for the hardest match of their lives.
Welcome back, everybody, for the Razer Invitational for North America, featuring Fortnite. Tokata here alongside Jacob. And, you know, back to the musical chairs, switching up the spots back and forth. But, I mean, I like to do it day 2. 5 matches day 1, 5 matches day 2, a total of 10. And we've played 7 matches already, 2 here in day 2. I mean, there's been so much Fortnite, so much action. I don't know what these players must be thinking now.
Yeah, it's definitely have to have a lot of adjustments being made for some of these guys, minor adjustments for others. But like you said, they're going to have to be on their toes and continuously thinking about what the next move is going to be from the start of the game to the end of these games. Because I said it early on, as the day goes on, we get to the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th game, players are going to get desperate. They're going to get hungry to get those elimination points because they know placement points alone just simply won't be enough anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy at all to stay alive until these end games too, especially now that these teams have had the time to think back on what they did wrong, what they did right in day 1, and apply that change here to day 2. Actually, I think we were talking a bit before the show started that the exotic item, the chug cannon, that location by Slurpee where you can get it, a lot of people are contesting that now. I think there's 2, 3, maybe even 4 trios going for that. So Cease's plan from day 1, you know, is not as easy to do now day 2 since so many teams are trying to do it.
Yeah, once you have one of those God strategies that go out, teams are going to try to mimic it. And that's where I was talking about reflections last time. Some of the stuff that we're seeing today that's as flashy, that's as useful as it is, isn't necessarily something new. It's just a kind of addition. It's kind of something that was built on of something that was kind of here in seasons past. So as you can see, that same thing is going down with the strategies kind of getting taken away. You see Cease and Co are kind of getting forced off. But I will say for the teams that are getting forced off, they're still finding ways because of all the chug barrels and all the slurp on the water to kind of get those shields back up. But now as we kind of switch on over towards the leaderboard, after 2 games, we're going to get to see who is really at the cream of the crop.
Oh, and look at the top here. Dukes, D-Roller, and Visuals have been able to hold on to it, not only finishing first place in day 1, but now after 2 matches in day 2, they're still on top here. And remember, this is just the leaderboard for day 2. This hasn't even combined the day 1 points yet. But, you know, we've got some new names here making a names from themselves in day 2. We got Aperda, we got Spark, Dusky, Bully, we've got Freeze. I mean, there's a lot of new players that we didn't see much of in day 1 here, kind of making a showing day 2. So this just shows that, you know, having the time to reflect on your gameplay and applying that can really help you improve.
And we obviously can see right now with Dusky, Bully, and Dom, all it takes really is one good game to get you in contention, but it's the consistency that is going to win you the tournament over on. So even though you did have a big win in game number 1, I said your kind of celebration ends as you go to the commercial break, because now it's kind of time to focus up, get into game number 3, and you need to get as many points as possible. Because like you said, it's a cumulative total over 2 days. So even though we know some of these guys might have the best day, we know D-Roller, Dukes, and his teammate, they had a good day number 1. They're having a good day number 2. So somebody really needs to stop them.
Yeah, I mean, they have that consistency, that massive important thing that we've been talking about that you need for these tournaments that are 10 matches or more, right? You can't win the tournament with 1 or 2, maybe even 3 victory royales if you can't keep that consistency. And then the other 7 or 8 matches, make it to the end game, get a good amount of placements, even if you're not winning the game. But we're jumping into the battle bus. The engine's already started. Players already dropping. And let's see if they're changing it up. I know the top left side, the northwest where Pleasant Park is, Coral Castle, Stealthy Stronghold, that's been very contested lately. And I don't know if players are going to decide to kind of go to a different location. But for now, looks pretty standard.
Yeah, it looks like we maybe might have a caddy fight going down on that side of things. Don't know, but up top towards Steamy Stacks, this is where our game number 2 winners started off their journey. They're going to go ahead and start off game number 3 the same. And I do believe somewhere around here, maybe not exactly towards Stevie, but in the vicinity, there might be a llama as well. So they are going to get Stevie uncontested. How much loot does that actually give you?
Oh, that gives you more than enough, but it's not only loot that it gives you. There's also a slurp truck pretty close by that you can use the little steamy towers to glide over to, and then you don't have to worry too much about shield. But quickly switching to caddy corner where Clamps and Arrow goes down. One of our teams that were in the top 5, and they go down to C's, Tabney, and Chimp, who want these exotic items. They want the chug cannons to play the heal game, to win the heal off, and it looks like they might get it this game.
Yeah, this was one of our teams throughout day number 1. They're kind of leaders of the pack. And then towards the very ending games, probably for number 5, you kind of saw them getting chopped down, dying as a trio. Things didn't go their way towards the end. And already you can kind of see eliminated probably in the top 10, eliminated earlier than they would have hoped. They're looking to really alpha up Slurpee Swap in this one, try to get those exotic chug cannons. That way they can continue on the same strategy they had in day number 1. So it's going to be very, very important here that they did get those eliminations early on. Because not only obviously you get the points, you get the siphon, you get all of Slurpee Swap, but you get the confidence. You start to build that momentum. We know in a game like this that it takes 5 different games. You got to have that confidence. You got to stay consistent.
Consistency is key, and that's what these top players are able to do. But right now, at the moment, Tabney, Chimp, and C's have had a little bit of a rough start here in day 2. They've been constantly, getting to that end game, but they need that big end game, the top 5, top 3 to win. And I think now that they've been able to get Slurpee, they've gotten their, location alphaed up, you could say. And if they're able to get enough gold, purchase double chug cannon, we could see them have a pretty big game here. But the zone, you can see at the bottom right on the mini map, has closed. It seems to be at the northeast side, the top right of the map, closer to possibly Steamy or Dirty. So once we get a full map view, we'll have to see where that fully closed. But I mean, it's anybody's game here.
Yeah, and depending on like what you said, where the zone actually is, they can easily kind of keep that south rotation, go on over towards east, and try to keep the dead portion of the zone on their side, because that was one of the things they did. Game number 1 to really start off the tournament, they had 1 elimination and a victory overall, I do believe. So they're playing it slow. They're just letting the eliminations come to them, if any, and they're kind of relying on those big placement points and the mistakes being made of their opposition. So already you can see Chipmunk. He has big pots, he has minis, he has a good makeshift. So now they're trying to look to rotate around, get the rest of the parts that they need, and get the upgrades that they need in order to put themselves into the best position. And already you can see right now, they don't have the cannons just yet, and that's because they need to go ahead and collect the rest of the gold.
Yeah, and there's actually an NPC over here, which is very helpful for getting gold. It gives you missions where you have to just use shield, heal yourself up, but also break slurp barrels. But you see the problem here that we're seeing, Jacob? There seems to be another trio currently on the NPC, and now Chimp, Cease, and Tabney have to decide, are they going to battle it out, or are they going to wait and then use the NPC later? Because if they decide to take this fight, the opposing trio could realize that they're coming here for the gold and actually eliminate the NPC, meaning they won't be able to get the gold. So many things can come out of this, and I don't know what their decision is.
I would say, judging by Quanti there, all the way in the back behind that rock, it does look like they did spot them out. So no sneaky plays coming through, but he's just going to jump ahead, take on over that high ground away from his opponents, pop some shots off, and really try to alpha up. Like I said, it's very, very important to their strategy here, not only to get these eliminations, but oh my god, he gets chunked down. Fall damage, dropping him down to 56 HP. That could be the difference here in this fight, but nope, he's going to drop those cannons. He's going to make sure to get a little bit of the heals back up. He's trying to get those quests that we talked about so he can get the gold.
Yeah, he actually almost made it look like they wanted to do an engagement, but quickly just went to the NPC, and now that they've acquired the missions, they're going to disengage from this fight and be like, all right, thanks, guys. See you later. Gotta go get my gold now. Have fun. No tags. Maybe trade a little bit of Storm Surge, but we're out of here.
Yeah, I don't know right now, but I'm just looking over at the chat for a moment. I saw Bully's mom there from one of the teams that won the last game, going towards Steamy Stacks to open up this one, but I think I saw maybe his grandpa in there. Man, entire family support, man. If he wins this game, I expect Twitch chat to just blow up like never before. But as you see, already the strategy playing down perfect. Cease went in. He was ready to kind of risk himself. He got the damage, but now he knows with Slurpee Swamp being there, he's going to easily get those back up. Endless SK goes down. So does Petrify. This is going to come down to a 2v2 fight to go down. Clean up shots coming through. Nobody's able to get the Siphon. Psychoma takes a big chunk. He's going to fall. No big eliminations being cleaned up. I do believe it's coming down to a 2v1. He has only a sliver of health, a dream. He's going through the nightmare right now, doing everything he can to survive, even trying to fight back, but that's going to be enough. He gets bludgeoned. Sin takes him out. That's going to be a team wipe for them.
The team wipe, and what a way to go down with the pickaxe elimination. Little bit of, you know, dance action, whip out some emotes, whip out a little bit of banter, but, you know, that's part of the game there. They're gonna come out on top here. Paperfy, one of our trios that we saw a lot in day one with some nice clutch ups, some huge eliminations and great placement. But going back to Cease, which we've seen a lot here in game 3, they've managed to secure the gold, and they had to do a little battle to actually, you know, get those missions for the gold. And now when they're going back to buy the chug cannon, it seems like there's another trio that's close by. But luckily enough, I think they're disengaging here, so they should have the free little bit of time here to purchase their items they need, their exotic loot, and rotate to the zone.
Yeah, they're looking pretty healthy on those hard mats as well. And, you know, I'm one of those players, I don't really worry about the wood too much. Around Fortnite, it's just all around the map. Basically free. You can pick it up at a moment's notice. But there goes that team they I wouldn't say fought for, but they kind of bounced around to get those quests, to get the gold. It's kind of coming up on their backside here. So if they don't watch out, if they're not careful, they could easily get taken out. But that's why they're going to go ahead and pop that car. They know that the zone is probably far away. I know we haven't seen it just yet, but they want to get themselves in position. But there goes some shots being fired off. It doesn't seem like a smart play to go in and storm fight this.
No, this is the trio that was actually having the engagement there, blocking them off from the NPC that they needed to get the gold. And now Cease has decided to not drive his vehicle any further. Kind of like, all right, you guys want to take a storm fight? I mean, we'll wait here, push us. But if you don't, we're just going to leave. So it seems like, you know, they took the initial shots, but after that, they're like, all right, maybe it's not the best idea to have a battle right now. The zone's far away. We'll lose a lot of health. We'll lose mats, shields. Let's just forget about it. Let them rotate. We're going to rotate. And so far, it looks like they'll be able to make it in the zone. They won't have to use any extra heals since they have those chug cannons, which is unlimited shield if you have the time to wait for it to regenerate. So it's looking good for them. They just have to be careful to not play edge zone, right? You want to be more towards the center so you don't have to rotate as much later on in the game. So if they can get that position, they should be pretty good to go.
And right now, it just makes me wonder about Quanti's team there towards the bottom. That team that was kind of coming up on them from that bottom left portion of the map. They kind of stopped in Slurpee Swamp. So we can see another game where we have a possible 4 chug cannons coming down. But there it goes. H-Tad's going to go and get an early elimination and knock on the Zindio. Going to continue fighting. This is going to turn into a little bit of a box fight. So piece control is important, and being on the same page. As you can see, one of these trio teams, they have different layers, which is actually pretty important here, but they need to make sure that they stay on the same page. Sykes is one of those players. He had the Seagate save of the game before. He's looking to get 2 in a row to try to save Drews this time. No reboots picked up just yet, or at least I don't think so.
No, at all, but looks like they want some of this action here as Psych does not have any shield to work with, has to pop minis, but be careful because so much pressure is being applied from Bread Brawl and Tons, who has a lot of materials, has a legendary pump shotgun, an epic assault rifle, and pretty much the best shield loadout, 3 bigs, 6 mini shields, and even a harpoon to make his way around the end game. Fish up some extra loot if he finds it. I mean, he has the perfect loadout right now.
And I like the way he's chased them right now. He realized that this is now only a duo. They're not a trio team. So being able to take this 3v2 could be very advantageous for not only this fight, obviously, but for the rest of the game. They get the spoils of war. They get the loot. As Drew is just getting chipped down left and right. I don't even know if they know they rotated what could be into extra shots. They're just getting taken out. They're just down bad going through it. And I don't think they're going to give up this chase just yet.
Not at all. They're using so many materials here as well. Even if they're in a vehicle, they have to build walls to block the shots. Psych has 25 shield to work with. Hopefully he has minis and bigs. Not a lot of mats anymore, so they're gonna have to wait around those previously built structures. And if they want to resurrect their teammate, if they want to get that reboot, it's half in the zone here. It looks like they were going for the Boney Burbs reboot, and it's just not a situation you want to be in here. But switching to Forts, who's in Lazy Lake, getting a successful reboot on his teammate Freeze. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe they're in the top 5 right now. So going well day 2. However, the loot right now, some uncommon assault rifles and pump shotguns, 2 open slots. I mean, maybe they could find a chug cannon, but other than that, I'm not sure.
Yeah, probably hoping to find some leftover loot. Maybe somebody didn't loot it as efficiently as they should as Forts rotating around. Actually, no, it might even go back to where they had their player get dropped off and try to pick up the remainder of the loot. You see, yep, that's exactly what they're doing. You see all that loot down there. That's a great spot. And this is one of those teams yesterday, at the very least. I don't know what their strategy is today. They were actually landing on a few different spots. I don't know if they were trying to just go for what's open or maybe start off with an OP spot and kind of build from there. But it's just interesting to see a team like this being able to adapt to what is thrown at them. And this is another example. Getting that reboot onto Freeze, forced to adapt and forced to kind of rebuild from this point on.
Currently, you know, making their way through the street, driving to the zone, popping the med kits. And this is a position where the IGL has to do a lot of thinking. So even in some situations, you want to let the IGL you want to let them do the driving, but also you have to have time to think on how they're going to do this rotate, because you could just white line it since zone is closing. But if it brings you to a position where it's going to be the congested side of zone, there's most likely going to be a lot of trios, then it might not be the best route. You might want to take a more alternative route, which takes longer, maybe take some storm. But then if you get to the dead side and you won't have to use a lot of shield or a lot of materials to do the next rotates later on in the match, it could be well worth it.
Yep. Right now, they're looking like they're rotating to what they think could be the safest spot. But there's actually a good number of teams right towards their west side and just a few steps away. And that's where it's going to be interesting if they rotate in towards Colossal or if they continue to hide and rotate towards this side of the zone. Because right now, if they can continue to go north and bypass these few teams, they could end up on dead side. But I would think that's a strategy a lot of teams are going to do. As he looks behind him, there goes 2 trio teams. Could force to fight in the storm here in just a few short moments. He's going to use that to his advantage. Try to get some much needed storm surge tags if it comes out to it later on in this game.
Looking right now for those tags. Forts with, you know, they have 0 eliminations, but they are able to secure a bit of damage here on their opponent's long range. We haven't seen them use the infantry rifle, which we've seen some other teams use quite frequently, which helps a lot for Storm Surge. But seeing that there's 64 players alive, 21 teams, at the moment, Storm Surge shouldn't be a problem. But we've seen that not a lot of players get eliminated from now to the half and half or maybe even first moving zone. And in half and half, if there's more than 50 players, Storm Surge is going to be taken. It's going to be damaging you. So you've got to be careful. But they seem to be, you know, having control under this rotate here, are using a bit of wood to avoid getting tagged, still losing a bit of shield. But I think they're going to be able to make it to zone, have a pretty good situation. But meanwhile, Bread here, who has very good loot, is not in the best of situations and most likely is going to have to use quite a bit of materials to rotate.
Yeah, this is those teams that you kind of saw Cease and Company drive right past early on. One of those teams that they kind of contested, Quanti towards the backside. They're not able to kind of really gain anything here. They just been kind of being chased by the storm throughout the entirety of this game so far. And that's what kind of happens if you're not one of those teams that want to at least take the risk, get a good spot in the zone, get a car. You're going to be fighting behind a lot of these other teams, forced to take their builds, forced to take their rotations. And early on, it might be an okay strategy, but as the circle gets smaller, the rotations get shorter. It's going to be hard to try to really break through, but that's where you kind of see, just like you saw the team do on the right side of the map trying to go north, that's what you see Ral and Bread's team doing here, trying to do the same thing on the left side. But this is going to be a big fight between Nexi, Crumble, and a Larson trying to get some damage out. They're going to be on the edge of zone as well, so that's something you do see very often. Takata, you see a lot of teams kind of hide towards the edge.
Yeah, it's actually a strategy. It was kind of meta back in the days, because if you were put center zone when there was grenades, for example, you'd have a high probability of getting focused after getting grenaded. And what you do is you just play corner zone and you'd rotate from corner to corner behind other trios using their materials, and you just try to avoid getting naded as much as possible. So I think some people have stuck to that and they still use it every now and then if it's the ideal rotation. But what I'm liking here with Larson, he does have the chug cannon, so I don't know if they have double chug cannons here, but they're going to be able to recuperate all the shield they lost without having to use minis. if they have the time to regenerate it, but they are using a lot of mats to stay alive here.
Yeah, I don't want to jinx it, but this was that one team that season they kind of chased off in the very beginning. They had a short stay in towards Slurpee. They didn't even land there, and they left right away. So they just went there to get the cannon and leave. So, you know, they have what could be 2. You know, Cease's team could have what could be 2. And then depending on if Quanti's team, they did stay in the storm in Slurpee for a while. So we have a possible 6 chug cannons here in this game. It could go down to the wire, and it could be a huge difference maker if a team could find the eliminations just like Nexi and them do. It actually wasn't their eliminations, but they're going to be gifted the spoils of war in the end.
Oh! Nexi actually getting elimination right there, securing the mat refresh that they needed. They didn't need the shield since they did have the chug splashes, but I mean, I was talking about it. Not a lot of materials to work with, and now 3 eliminations for the trio, recuperating all the materials they used beforehand, actually battling that trio. And now they even have spare materials. As you can see, they're tarping out with the extra mats just to get into the zone safely without having to use as many shields. So this is just a great situation they've put themselves in.
Yep, matter of they can kind of carry those hard mats over, see what they can do, because right now Crumble doesn't really have any, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're going to go back, try to replenish. He has a good spot in his zone. They have a great tunnel as well, especially if they pull it or zone pulls down that way towards the later portions of this game. But as you can see, the circle, everybody really stacked towards the south side of that circle. And that's where I said it early on. Those 2 teams, one rotated towards the right, one rotated towards the left. They got as far north as possible. So for them, if they found themselves a good spot, they're going to be pretty safe in terms of getting box fight or at least getting pushed up on. They're going to be able to get a lot of shots and kind of ruin some other people's games.
Yeah, and we can also see Eclipse on the main screen here, or we'll switch into Larson, but I saw Eclipse had peppers, and I actually saw a trio use that in the previous game to get high ground. It's kind of a strategy that some trios use, some don't, but if your whole team has peppers and you use it, that gives you that mobility boost where you start running very quickly. You can ramp up the high ground almost instantly, and it doesn't give your opponents a lot of time to react if they weren't looking at you initially. So it's a good way to kind of control that high ground, and I don't think we've seen it in this tournament yet much. So I'd love to see a little bit more of that action, but what we have seen a lot of, Jacob, is this chug canning action. I mean, and now so many teams are making use of it, coming from day one where Cease and his trio were the only team doing it to now having 3 or even more trios using them. I mean, it's getting interesting.
Yeah, that's what constantly learning, and that's where if you're dropping towards that Slurpee Swamp portion of the map, that should be something you at least are cognizant of. If you have that opportunity, you see some kills getting picked up in the kill feed visuals, taking down users. I do believe I saw one of Cease's teammates get at least a knock onto a player as well. It's just a matter, did they get the cleanups? But like I said, this is where Nexi, he's actually using those chug cannons almost to perfection. He's only really peeking out when he knows he built up those extra splashes towards the backside. He knows he can get those trades off, but this is where we're going to jump on board Cease, one of the leaders from yesterday. Not having the best start here in these first 2 games, but he's hoping to kind of make up for it here in game number 3.
Yeah, and talking back on, you know, not peeking too much, I think that's a mistake that a lot of players don't or make when you already have more than enough Storm Surge. You've already gotten, for example, 6 or 3 eliminations. Sometimes you're going to need 6 if you're later in the match, and you're already 1,000 above Storm Surge. You don't want to be peeking using your ammunition, risking getting tagged, losing shields. If you already have all that Storm Surge, the only time you should be peeking if it's possible elimination. Maybe you can open up, box up an opponent. Maybe there's someone close you can triple spray. Maybe you get a headshot bow opportunity. There's those specific situations, but you don't want to just be opening for long range tags when you already have more than enough surge. And that's something that a lot of, you know, people who are getting into kind of competitive Fortnite tend to mistake, and even some of the pros don't do it as efficiently as possible. But we can see Sheep here trying to do a rotate with his trio, but not a lot of health to work with, actually going to end up going down.
But did he just get eliminated? Did the full trio just get wiped just like that? They must have really been down on some heals, some shields, some minis, whatever it may be. They just kind of get tagged out from above, like Zeus just raining those thunderbolts. This is where they're going to drop down. They know they have to rotate in. They have that kind of stink bow as well, so they can use those stinks to really stop those shots from being fired, forcing the people kind of targeting them to rotate around. But it does look like we got another team dropping down towards the low ground. That's going to be Tony, Bloom, and Bula. I believe that his name is. We're going to see another fight going down. Everybody's kind of getting forced down from that high ground team little by little. So you got to make sure that you pick the perfect layer.
Yeah, NASA boy here actually gonna be securing himself 2 eliminations now for his trio, and meanwhile finishing off the 3rd one there, securing the material refresh for first moving zone, which is actually crucial. Now they have more than enough time to figure out the rotation they want to do. They can use a lot of mats, they can reuse a tarp, and what we see trios doing nowadays in the meta is even if you have enough materials to full tarp out first zone, if you're able to reuse another trio's tarp or just find a way that you don't have to use a lot of builds, it's kind of the play, right? You make it to zone, you don't lose too many materials, and you have just those extra mats in the 2nd and 3rd moving zone to get those extra placement points when people are not going to have materials. You can catch them off guard, you can get those elims, but they're in a little bit of a risky situation here running down the middle, to be honest.
Yeah, it was looking good for a moment, but that's one of those things you kind of trust your IGL to make that call, whether you're going to use builds, whether you're going to pop the peppers to go ahead and get that speed boost. That's exactly what you see this team's doing. Acid Boy, no trolls, and I'm gonna call him Scythe because I can't say that name whatsoever, but hopefully he's gonna help me learn by some big games here. He gets his heals right back up, and he was that player. He was looking for those necessary tags, even though they don't need it for Stormsters, like you said. They're rotating around. They're just trying to get players eliminated, even if they're not gonna pick up the eliminations themselves. They'll probably even hope for a refresh if it does come through, as this zone is now going to slow down for a little bit as everybody's finding their way in there before they're forced to rotate once more.
1 elimination on Scythe here, 3 on NASA Boy, and their loadouts are looking pretty good. I think all of them have epic or better pump shotguns, but be careful because he's just dropped into a full trios box there. I don't know if he's going to be able to get out of this one. He hasn't been eliminated yet, but now he actually managed to take down 1. He got an elimination and he got the full finish, but he ends up going down. So it was a trade 1 for 1, which isn't the worst thing to come out of dropping into a trios box. But meanwhile, Cloudy here with 2 eliminations does have the legendary infantry rifle, 5 mini shields and a med kit. Does he have time to get the med kit play off? I don't think he does. He's gonna have to switch position, switch layers, and see if he can get the med kit off later, but he falls into a box. The opponent knocks him down, leaving it all up to Hero as a solo.
Yeah, that was Sharkman's do, specifically Smite to go ahead and take him out. There's this lobby. Everybody's getting dwindled down. 12 teams remaining, and most of these teams aren't even full trio teams. As Larson, he does have that chug cannon. He can take some extra Stormsters tags if he does want to, but he has to continue pushing forward. He's trying to get ahead of zone, get reunited with his teammates, which is crucial, and probably using one of those tags, making sure everybody is topped off at tip-top shape. He's actually getting attacked from the side. That's Sharkman's team. Larson gets dropped down to 9 HP. He has to find a moment to breathe here. Noob's getting pushed back. So is Smite. Zone also pushing in. Larson, he needs to figure it out right now because he can only take 2 Storms tags before he gets taken out. He found that moment to drop a chug cannon, but this is where it gets sticky. Everybody's getting forced in. 12 at one point. Now drop down to 9. Drop down to 7. Seaston, Chimp, and Tabney have the high ground, but it is only going to be 2 of the trio.
5 trios alive. That's 10 players, and just like you said, Chimp and Tabney, I believe, are playing as a duo right now. They don't have their full trio, but I did see 1 chug cannon. If they both have chug cannons, they could play the heal off, but they need mats. They need a refresh, and this could be it. Chimp getting a knock. Chimp looking for the second users. Goes down to zone. That's going to be the materials they need to play this heal off, but they got to be careful. There's still another trio below them. I believe it's actually brought down to a solo now, so they've got to figure out how to finish this game off. They have the chug cannon to do the heal off. They have the materials, but there's a trio on high ground, a solo on low ground, and it's going to be difficult to come out on top.
Just like you said, there goes 2 downs coming through. It's actually going to be a trade. 1v2 situation toward the end. Crumble's trying to make it happen, but the numbers game is too much. Illis gets the final elimination and the victory royale in game number 3.
Great job there from Illis and his trio, securing a total of 6 eliminations alongside that victory royale. Well played there, maintaining the high ground, you know, by the book, waiting for the last moment. And when they had that player advantage, that HP positional, every advantage they could have, drop down, finish up those eliminations, and get the victory royale.
Yeah, that was a big moment there. And that goes to show how important those chug cannons are, because most of those trios did make it towards the very end, that they did have those. So it's going to be very important how they play it out. But I do like that trio that did have the high ground. Illus's team, they sent Zork down to drop. They knew that chug cannon was there. They knew the possibility of the heal off was going to come through. So they sent them down to frag out, and they got the necessary elimination. That's very, very important towards the end game, is realizing the entire situation, looking at it as a big picture.
Yeah, and this could be that kind of motivating factor, that boost that Illis' trio needed to overtake D-Roller, because we know D-Roller and his trio finished first place day 1, and they're currently first place day 2 after 2 matches. So now seeing Illis come out on top in game 3, getting the motivator, getting the booster. I mean, in these next 2 matches, the last 2 matches of this 2-day event, they could make that comeback.
Yeah, we're going to see some teams get super aggressive. We're going to see those teams towards the top half of that leaderboard really trying to balance out their gameplay. If they see a trio team that they feel they can wipe, I suggest they kind of take it. That way, if it doesn't last longer into the game, you don't get third party. It's going to be a lot of thinking to come through from every single one of these teams. A lot of adaptations being forced to make. And this is where you've already seen it from game number 1 till now. More teams are making their presence known towards that Slurpy Swamp.
Yeah, and the difference on the leaderboard is going to be getting wider and wider, especially for the trios that are more at the bottom. And now that they don't have an other day after this, and these are just the last 2 matches, if they need a lot of points to make a comeback, they're going to have to get a big game. They're going to have to clutch it up, and we might see some players play more aggressive. But let's check out the intel play of the game, Jacob, and I want you to break it down for me.
I love these moments, the intel play of the game. You can kind of see it. And this was one of those early fights that did go down. It was a 3v3, but both teams lost a member early. It was a 2v2, but Sid, he took that high ground away, and he shows how important it actually is. Get another down on a player, but then the spray comes through. Bucky, he just had a sliver of health, and that's what you do. You want to showboat. You want to show off. You know he's only 1 hit away, and he just goes in and bludgeons him. I see why it's the play of the game, and then he just showboats afterwards, and that's, to me, that's confidence through the roof.
That is definitely confidence. You're in a tournament with a $10,000 prize pool, Jacob, $6,000 plus so many Razer peripherals for first place, and you're going in, you're pickaxing your opponent. I mean, that's not something that's easy to do.
Yeah, Buck must have been going through it, probably screaming in his mic, frustrated, slamming his disc after that. I possibly would be as well if I'm going to get bludgeoned just like that. But that goes to show, like I said, the pressure some of these teams are under. If there is a fight you can 100% take, it's almost like, why waste time? Because the more time we waste, like I said, you're going to get third party. That team is going to escape, and so are those points.
Yeah, I mean, these games have been crazy. Now with only 2 matches left, I'm curious to see how these players are going to change it up. Are they going to change the strategy? They're going to keep it going. But let's break down this third game a bit more. We're going to throw it to the GVO zone with Yeso and Reflections. Take it away.
Thank you, gentlemen. Great work, as always. Tokata and Jacob holding it down there on the casting desk. Yeso back here in the GVO zone. I am joined by Reflections after our 3rd game of the day. It has been a fun run here through the weekend, and with just 2 more left. Reflections, how are we feeling as we are just staring down the finish line here for Razer Invitational North America featuring Fortnite?
Hey, yeah, so feeling great as always, brother. I mean, check it out. You got the best competitors, very hungry for the victory. Just to at least make it top 3 would be a huge accomplishment, but I know top 3 isn't going to cut it for some of these competitors. They definitely want the #1 spot. Illis looking to retake that after the victory royale, and some incredible moments from him. Larson obviously having some moments himself. Getting those chuck cannons seems to be the highest priority for most. Off the start at Slurpy, we see that major battle still taking place. Game number 2, we see 3 teams fighting for the chug cannons. But in game number 3, it came down to 2 teams, 2 distinct teams. Naturally, you have to throw Chip and Cease into the mix. They like to land on kind of the outer edges now. But unfortunately, they run into a team there by the name of, Quanti, Demon, as well as Twix. They give them a good run for their money. But luckily, Cease is able to find the taxi, kind of box up, get those shot cannons, and then dip out, leaving Twix and Co behind. They eventually make a deep run, unfortunately falling a little bit early on. You saw that amazing pickaxe play, which was just great. Dancing on them. My blood would have been boiling boiling in that moment. I would have raged, but you got to be ready. And, you know, for game number 4, you just got to let that go. But seriously, plenty of incredible moments, brother.
Can you blame him for bringing a little bit of style, a little bit of swagger here on the final day? It's definitely fun to watch there. We are doing another giveaway, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure to hit exclamation point giveaway to get all the info that you need. After game 3, we're going back to these awesome Razer products. So we got that Black Shark V2 Pro, the Viper 8K, and the Huntsman Mini. So if you want to get in on that, exclamation point giveaway is all you need to know. Let's get into some of the breakdowns we want to do here. It's been tough decisions all weekend, and I'm going to put you on the spot once again here. Reflections, I need your Norton Gaming MVP here for our 3rd game of the day.
You're right. It is very difficult. Yeah. So I really wanted to go with Nexi or Larson. There was a really big play from Nexi earlier on. Larson then made it very late game despite having a lot of pressure on him. I think 2nd place overall, dying to Storm. But I had to end up giving it to Illust. Illust gets MVP simply for the reason they came into today in 2nd place. They know they had a lot of ground to cover. And Illust found a way to take high ground with his trio and then ultimately secure the victory royale. He takes MVP simply because he understands what's at stake, and they've got a lot of ground to cover in the leaderboards, at least for these 5 games today, if they want to be champions. But Illust has always found a way to kind of lead his troops accordingly, and he does it quite well.
Yeah, it's been a great weekend from Illust and his squad, and certainly deserving of a Norton Gaming MVP here. That leads us right into our Norton Gaming moment of that last match. Let's check that one out. Break it down for me. Reflections.
Yeah, you know, I had to choose it as the final kind of couple of moments. And again, you can see Illust taking that high ground, dropping down a little bit, still finding time to get a little bit more mat so he can secure that victory. Having the harpoon gun at the end is going to be great. He doesn't end up utilizing it, but at least having that in your possession to be able to grab those refresher mats, to be able to break those builds, hugely important. Dropping down was a very bold move. You already have high ground, but he takes the initiative to drop down and pick up the final couple of players. That is not an easy decision to make, so you obviously have the high ground. A lot of players in that moment, you know, especially myself, right, you're a little bit nervous. You know you have high ground. Hey, let me just stay up here. Let me just maintain. But you also notice his inventory. He has the AR. He's got the pump. He's got the harpoon gun, but he doesn't have any meds. So he knows, I've got to make this moment mine. There's a couple of chug cannons down below. I don't want it to go down to a hill off because I might not win it. So he takes the moment. He makes it his and ultimately gets the victory royale.
And it goes back to something that we highlighted on day 1, the situational awareness from these players, the calm nerves to be able to react well to what the situation is, and just having great understanding of where they're at and the confidence to make a play. And Illust showed all of that there, and it is a big reason why they secure the victory royale here in game 3. So hats off to him.
Yeah, absolutely. Well done. Again, moving up the leaderboards. He needed to, coming in 2nd place. It's not going to be enough. I would be happy with 2nd or 3rd place. I'm not going to lie. You get some money, you get some Razer products, but they're only going to be satisfied with 1st.
Definitely. They are fighting for that top spot in the prize pool. $6,000, a range of Razer products is what is on the line. Shout out to our hardware partner here for Razer Invitational North America, and that is Seagate Gaming. They should be your choice to get a new SSD for your PC. You can go out and grab yourself one of these Fire CUDA 520 M.2 NVMe SSDs. They are fast as it gets, so make sure to get one of these. You can use exclamation point Seagate in chat to get all the information that you need. So make sure to check that out. Much love to them partnering with us here at Razer Invitational North America. We're going to head to a quick break, but we'll be back in a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, and make sure you're staying fueled up. If you need something in your body to get ready for our final 2 games of the day, you can get McDelivery on your choice of delivery app, whether it's Postmates, Grubhub, Uber Eats, or DoorDash. McDelivery is all over the place, and you can get it cheap, quick, and easy over there. So make sure to check it out as we head to this break.
You're gaming across dozens of accounts, all of your inventories filled with valuable in-game items and personal information. Yet you're just a side quest in the campaign of cyber criminals who have stolen over 13 billion records. You need Norton 360 for gamers, the next level in device security. Dark web monitoring that notifies you if your gamer tag is discovered on the dark web. A no-log VPN to help prevent DDoS attacks or doxing. PC notification optimization helps you keep your eyes on the prize. You won't be bothered while gaming. Cyber criminals had better be ready for the hardest match of their lives.
Let's go boom.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Razer Invitational for North America featuring Fortnite. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by CLG Tokata. We're moving into Game 4. Things are starting to wrap up. I expect teams to start getting more aggressive and trying to catch up in those points, Tokata. Things could get a bit shaky off the start.
We saw it yesterday, right? Where as the games progressed, there was less and less people alive in the first and second circle because they start getting more aggressive. You know, maybe you're not having the best day. Your mentality goes down a bit and you're like, I need some eliminations. I want some more points. I need to get a pop-off victory royale to make the comeback. So I'm going to go for it. And now day 2, see that there isn't another opportunity after. I think we're going to be seeing that here.
We had a lot of standout teams in that last game, game number 3. Obviously, you know, season them making a bit further. Larson and co Nexi, we kind of, you know, had a focus point on them. Great refresh opportunity for Nexi. He gets an elimination, then is able to tunnel into the fresh zone. Ultimately, with those chuck cannons, Larson is able to survive until second place Illest, taking the victory royale. Great positional advantage from him, having that high ground, knowing he didn't have white hell, dropping down to pick up the last couple of eliminations and ultimately securing the victory. Should elevate him up that scoreboard, and I'm sure the scoreboard is definitely looking pretty tight overall. It was looking great after game number 3, and now obviously as we head into game number 4, let's see what it looks like, Tokata, and kind of break it down. So high ground will, in fact, be leading the charge. Well done, 234 points. Close behind is going to be all Z's at 228 points. And then, of course, I mentioned Larson, Nexi, and Crumble at 195. They've been very consistently there whenever it comes to that top 4 position. And I'm sure they're going to start to kind of try and make a breakout for the top overall. But where's Cease and Co.?
Wow. Well, Cease is actually in 3rd place there. The GOATs, Chimp, Tabney, and Cease. This is kind of like the leaderboard that we saw at the beginning of day 1. You have the 1st place team, which is the high ground team, you know, the D-Roller, Dukes, Visuals. The 2nd place team, which is Illest, that just secured the victory royale in the last match, are going to have that motivator, that booster. And then 3rd place, which is, you know, Cease and Co, who have that special exotic item strategy. So there's these 3 big name trios right now battling it up at the top. But also check out Larson, Nexi, and Crumble that are only 3-4 points away from making it into that top 3 threshold.
And that's what I was saying, you know, coming into today, they knew they had some ground to cover, but they've been very consistent. They find their a way to get their hands on, you know, those the chug cannons, and it makes all the difference in the world. They're going to need to have a great game 4, though, you know, Tokata. Game 4 is, you know, we're reaching the tail end, and you can either drop behind or obviously, you know, elevate yourself a little bit forward, and you hope it's going to be the latter. Going into game 4, though, let's say you're kind of, you know, top 6. What's the game plan? You mentioned before at the start of the show, I asked you that question. What do? Do you just, you know, keep doing what you've been doing? Or if you're top 6, do you think it's a little bit justified to kind of risk it for the biscuit, right? Put everything on the line and change it up for the potential to maybe elevate yourself above another team?
That decision I make looking at the prize pool, right? I'll check it out. Okay, what am I working for here? And this is $10,000. And that's split within the top 3. 1st place, 6,000. 2nd, 3,000. 3rd, 1,000 plus Razer products. And since you need to get in that top 3, I think you got to make a play here. Before I said consistency, now I'm going to say go for that high ground. Or if you're very, very confident, you could try go full low ground and secure the elims. But I think if you, this is the time to try something, right? Get peppers or get some item which is going to give you a chance to battle for the high ground, and just go for it because you need to get that top 3. You need to get that big prize pool.
Very well said, Tokata. Absolutely. Where are you going to be after this game in terms of the prize pool, and where do you realistically want to be? And I guess you can judge your risk from there. I absolutely agree with you overall. Bully, Dom, Dusky, you know, they had a phenomenal game. If you go back just a little bit, I think over, you know, to game 2. Bully's mom, obviously, we've been kind of, you know, highlighting her on a plane, still supporting her boy. Actually, I assume the grandpa out there is what Jacob was saying. That's pretty incredible if you think about everybody coming out to support you. And one of the things that's helping them greatly is obviously having Steamy literally to themselves. So we've seen a couple of teams fight in Orchard, and if you use that stack, either one of those stacks kind of, you know, rotate over, you can maybe get in third-party Orchard, take their mats, take their weapons and everything that they've accumulated, and set yourself up nicely to kind of, you know, rotate in to zones. So I'm liking what they've been doing. It's clearly working. It's, have them consistently rising up those leaderboards. For Cease, though, business as usual. They have one team that they're going to have. Actually, no. It doesn't look like there is going to be another team in Slurpee. Everybody's kind of backed away.
Maybe what happened is these trios that were contesting them beforehand see that, there's only 2 games left. So we don't want to get eliminated off spawn. We want to at least make it to the end game. So they're not doing that risk factor. But a trio that is taking that risk factor right now is Clamps trio and also No Trolls trio, who are in an engagement here with not a lot of loot to work with, not a lot of mats. This is an off spawn battle, and both teams have a full trio.
Yeah, full trio indeed, but I think after this fight, we might be seeing a couple of those trios hurting or fully eliminated. NASA has not been having the time of his life. He's been in constant engagements off the start. Now, things do get a bit awkward for Jabby. No more mats, and you can see the effect of that. Forced to drop down, use his pre-existing mats, and also, too, to make matters worse, he's down to 27 health. No minis, not even an opportunity to use them. If he had them, he's going to drop off, and No Trolls forced to fight for his life, and he's going against a full healthy trio, and I think this is going to be the last of game 4. No Trolls is going to have to play.
Yeah, this is going to be, if he clutches this up, I mean, this isn't just going to be the clutch of the game, it's going to be the clutch of the series, but unfortunately does go down there. Archive 8 and his trio take him out, but I got a quick question for your reflections and also the chat. Which team do you think is going to be able to take it? We have D-Roller in the top place, number 1 with this trio high ground. We've got Illist, who just won the most recent game in 2nd place with, his team name Zzz. And also in 3rd place, we've got Cease and his trio, the GOATs. I want to hear from you from the chat. What are your predictions? What are you thinking?
Man, honestly, from that start, Tokata, Cease not being contested at all at Slurp is going to be huge for them. Granted, they're not picking up eliminations, but I don't think they're even worried about that. They'll pick those up towards the tail end. It depends on their rotate, but I think they'll be quite set up nicely to get into those final zones pretty much uncontested. That is going to be a big momentum boost for them. Now, granted, they are behind 30 or so points. That is a victory royale and some change. And you have to assume D-Roller in first, sitting healthy, is most likely going to get top 5 once again. That's just kind of been their narrative, right? And if they can get top 5 in the last 2 games, just top 5 with a couple or a handful of eliminations, I don't think Cease and Co can catch up. You are going to need a massive derailment from high ground with D-Roller and Co for them to give up their first place spot. But if they could just play it safe, get top 5, I think they're going to be okay. So the answer to your question, Tokata, I think high ground is going to maintain first, and D-Roller and Co are well on the way to first place.
I respect that decision. A lot of thought behind it, and I'm going to have to agree. I mean, they're at the top, and they don't need as big as a game as Cease and his trio needs to take that spot, right? But I'm gonna go, I think Illist, with the motivation he got from winning the previous match, if he can get a decent game here and maintain the motivation, maintain that that running boost factor on their mentality, I think we could see them get 2 big games and possibly pass D-Roller. But it's not going to be easy. D-Roller and his trio do have Craggy uncontested. They're going to have good loot every match, good shields, good mats, hopefully Storm Surge tags, but quickly switching over to Vexy here, who's teamed up with Paperfy and Sid, who are in an engagement, and they do have the loot, but not really the materials.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? We just seen a team earlier be eliminated. One of the guys that was fighting, struggling to build, and he was just taking consistent damage, and that was due to the lack of mats. We could be seeing the same thing from Vexy. Now just 15 builds remain, and he's still going to continue to push forward, and you have to. Locksit's going to fall. Paperfy picks him up. Daddy up close, though, is going to get some nice chip damage in. Forced to retreat, 55 health to his name. Vexy continues to pressure forward. This duo so hit hard, and Trap ends up falling, and that should be the win. Paperfy picks up all 3 of those. He gets the ace.
Wow, Paperfy really coveted clutch there, getting the eliminations that his trio needs to stay alive in this situation. Very well done. Now taking a look at Larson, who I believe they were in the top 4, if I'm not mistaken, Nexi, Crumble, and Larson.
Right,
so
yes, top 4.
Have an opportunity to get a bit of that prize pool, right? A bit of those Razer products alongside the money. So if they have a good last couple games here, we could definitely see them in the top 3.
Absolutely, and it'd be nice to see them. Look, they have definitely had, as a card just randomly falls down, they've definitely had their struggles. Tokata, again, you go back to Crumble and in that game 2 or game 3 earlier, falling down and forcing his team to kind of, rotate out and rotate down, excuse me, and ultimately fall off shortly thereafter because Zone didn't help them. Again, they've had their struggles, but it's great to see them consistently moving up. Top 4, not a bad place to be, especially in game 4 heading into game 5, but it's going to be all for not if they can't stay alive towards the end portions. We've had 2 trios fall off so far, another one potentially at risk of being eliminated.
Yeah, and this battle is just beginning here as Addy gets a huge edit there, actually knocking down one of the opponents, Tony. But now it's all up to his team. Are they going to be able to 2v3, getting in on Addy, but his teammate there to back him up, gets the other knock. Now it's a 3 versus 1, and I believe they're going to be able to clean this up. But I mean, hey, the clutch is possible. Not easy, but it is possible, and ends up actually getting eliminated. Nice try, though, and good job from Addy.
Yeah, not a bad job at all. It's got to feel good, right, to get those eliminations. We kind of set the narrative heading into game 4. Teams are going to want to fight more heavily than they did in the previous games, and the reason why is you just want to try and get as many points as possible. You really got to risk it, and like you said, Tokata, you said it best. You got to see where you are on the leaderboard and kind of gauge where you want to lie whenever it comes to the points. Drew, a lot of pressure on him. Hectans, who played phenomenally well in the last game, going in with attack, should get the drop onto one, and he will. Sykes also falling. Sykes making that big clutch play to save his team before. Unfortunately, not going to happen here as Bread, Rao, as well as Hectans will be successful, and they'll go ahead and eliminate that last trio remaining in Sweaty.
Last trio taken down. Now the Kings of Sweaty. We've had some Titans battle out Sweaty before in previous tournaments, and it's not an easy place to come out on top in. There's a lot of teams that like it. There's a lot of loot, a lot of materials you can fish, and it's just a place that's normally heavily congested. So being able to come out on top there is very important. But let's take a look here. Visuals, Duke, D-Roller, the high ground trio, the trio that's currently in first place, and look at their loot. Reflections, Harpoon, legendary infantry rifle for the Storm Surge, epic pump shotgun for that end game, looking for the refreshes, max minis, 3 medkits. I mean, that's just Visuals loot.
Yeah, I know, and like you said, it's just his. I love the assault rifle that he has. It's going to be absolutely massive, as you mentioned, getting those Storm Surge tags. I prefer that weapon myself. It's just such a high accurate weapon. It hits like a ton of bricks, and it forces your opponent, if he's moving forward and he's not building, trying to get a free rotate without any builds, trying to resource manage on that rotate, you're going to force him to think twice. He's going to be forced to kind of engage with those builds, and you just got to take precedence, take note that Duke's going to go up top, try to just loot out this building as much as he can. He has time. They've won Sweaty already. They know there's nobody challenging them from this point forward. Maybe from Stronghold, we know Snood likes to go to that area, but if you look at the map, they're sitting pretty, they're sitting well. There is a team maybe just down low below them, but that team's going to be playing for late game just as much as D-Roller and Cole. There's no reason to push this fight.
Yeah, I mean, you can see they're completely on the dead side of zone here. And what I mean by that is the side of zone that has the least amount of trios. They're completely, you can see, all they see on their backside is just ocean. There's no POIs, there's no buildings. There's going to be no players swimming in from a different, island. I don't think so. I mean, maybe the aliens or something will be coming. But so far, they're pretty good. They're feeling all right. And they're just waiting for the end game, right? There's 19 trios alive, 56 players. And now their job is to just make sure they're 1.5K materials, the max material count for the arena game mode. They have the loot they need, and they have the Storm Surge tags that they need.
Big engagement going down. Rao once again. He can't stay away from the fights. Brad, Hectans, and Rao looking to make up some big ground. They've already eliminated a trio just earlier, and they're looking to replicate that success as Sweaty continues to have some engagements. You have to assume these teams are rotating out, maybe from Holly, maybe even coming in from Stronghold, the zone, just on the outside of Sweaty. So those teams forced to rotate in. This isn't going to be an easy fight for them, though. Sheep, Walker, and Co. has been a very dominant team, a dominant trio. You also have Noob Savage just up ahead. I know they've kind of made some waves in previous rounds. Plenty of mats for Rao. And even though he's maxed out a metal and brick, he's still finding the opportunity to get as many or get as much wood as possible, and maybe even make this house his, even getting those minis. Again, he is set up so nicely. The legendary Scar to boot is going to be absolutely incredible for getting those ticks, maybe even using as an SMG up close, not opting to use an SMG in his inventory. But for the most part, nobody wanting to engage. They're starting to play the outside edge of the zone. You mentioned that was a strategy kind of earlier in the Fortnite meta, now kind of coming back into the meta, it seems.
Yeah, and I also see that these players are they're playing a little more aggressive now. These teams that are maybe need a big clutch up, like 2 back-to-back wins to make it to the top 3, they're going to be playing for a double-digit elim victory royale, and they're going to be looking for those eliminations in the mid game, the early game, and the end game. They're going to be going all out. So 56 players alive now here in the second circle. That's 19 trios. So maybe we won't even see Storm Surge for the half and half, or maybe just a very small amount of it if a few more players get eliminated. But so far, this team right here with Raul are positioned literally dead center in the zone. You can see at the bottom right. So I don't know how he knew to put a tower there, but it worked out perfectly.
Yeah, it works out perfectly indeed. And again, Raul has been setting up this house for himself. He understands, hey, let's just go ahead and make ourselves comfortable, make ourselves at home, try to get as many of these walls for ourselves. Great tag, 24. It's definitely going to help him for the Storm Surge. If we get to that point, I mean, players are dropping off quite quickly. We need 6 more to drop off before Storm Surge is pretty much a non-factor. We've already seen one end game, I think game number 2, to kind of, if I'm not mistaken, kind of end in Sweaty Sands, and we're gonna have yet another one end in this location. And I can't remember who won game 2. Let me look at my notes actually. So game 2 I think was won by Dom and Co. Dom playing that low ground warrior position, so that was Dom and Bully's opportunity, and they took it. Maybe we see them replicate that success. I believe they're still in the game.
I believe they are here. Raul does have a lot of materials to work with here. Ryan, though, in Holly Hedges, has to make a large rotate to get into the zone. But what I like about this rotate, but pause that thought, Cease, Chimp, and Tabney, they're playing aggressive reflections. They actually knocked down Freeze. This could be 3 eliminations for this trio, which is going to set them up heavily for the end game. But Ryan does not want to make it easy here as he's building up. He's going for that build fight. He's going for those eliminations. Getting cracked, though. 47 HP now. 0 shield, but he does have those minis that he can use.
And he's going to go ahead and use them. Great way to disengage. You still got Forts just up ahead, who's going to be able to at least call out for Ryan and says, you know what, go ahead and pop that med kit. This is going to be a hard rotate. We have a minute left, but most likely this entire minute is going to just be constant pressure. And you see that zone now moving forward. Ryan is going to be at full health, and Chimp, Cease, and Tabney, come on. They're looking to secure that first place position coming into this round in third. They know they have a lot of ground to cover. They're going to make sure they get into the safe zone first, but the reality is Ryan and Fort most likely are going to have to fight them once again.
They will have to take that engagement again, and it's going to be a risky one, seeing that there's only 2 matches left here. We're on the match before the last one, Reflection, so I want to see, well, I want to know, you know, what these players are feeling. Are they just like, we're going to go all out? We're going to go for the win. We're going to go for the double back-to-back victory royales if they're not doing too great. Or the players that are more at the top, you know, that they don't need a victory royale, but they need consistency. They need to make it to the end game. They can't get eliminated in early game, in mid game. They have to at least get a few placements, but Ryan gets annihilated so quickly there, going down, leaving Forts alone in a situation that no player wants to be in.
Oh, man, and that was Crumble, I believe, catching him off guard from the distance. And again, that's the risk you take when you're forced to rotate late. You already know, especially with the zones getting as small as it is, about to move into the half and half after this one. You're going to be at risk of being lasered from those players who established themselves early on. Fort now, last one alive, and unfortunately, is going to die to Chimp. So Chimp gets that elimination again. That is the third place team heading into game number 4. Picking up that elim is going to be great for them. Eclipse, Users, Ocus looking to make some big plays of their own. Back to the zone, and sees Hoods all play, as well as Hydrax just in front of them. Hydrax, one of those key players who had some great moments earlier in the late game in game number 3, about to be challenged very shortly.
Yeah, we saw him a lot on day 1, and now he has an opportunity again to show off. But I believe actually this is where a D-Roller and his trio were not too long ago. So I'm curious to see where they've rotated to, where they're positioned now, and if it's a good place to be. But what happened there? Users actually got knocked down. I don't know if it was by a bow or he just got triple sprayed, but they have to get the res now. They've got to make sure that no trios push them, because this could be a game-changing moment.
Yeah, it definitely could be. This is not where you want to drop, especially if you're Eclipse, one of the most hyped up players coming into this event. We know his competitive history when it comes to Fortnite, FNCS. He's just an incredible player, but of course, so are a ton of these rosters. So many teams having to qualify for this event. They're here for a reason. It's not like it's invitation only and it was given to them. They had to earn it and earn every step of the way for it. And now as we do transition more deeper into Sweaty, you know, Rao, again, is going to be, you know, very set up nice. We saw him kind of building and taking over that one house before. I'm curious to see how he's going to last as the circle gets a little bit more closely contested, as zone is going to be collapsing. And Crumble and Co., big moment for them. They know the situation that they're currently in 4th place. All 3 members are still alive. You love to see it. And Crumble holding on to that gas can. That's going to be deadly as these zones start to get a little bit more closely contested.
Yeah, and I wonder if his teammates have gas cans as well, because they've got double or triple gas can. I mean, that could be a refresh for that trio. But for now, you know, the zone has pulled away from Sweaty Sands. It's by the mountains, so there's actually not too many players around there. A majority of the trios right now are currently in Sweaty, so they're gonna have to make a rotation. A lot of teams are gonna be rotating at the same time. It's gonna be dangerous, and this is a moment where a good IGL is very important. He's gonna give you, you know, the opportunity to get a rotation done without using too many shields, without using too many materials, but it's very difficult to pick the right choice here.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's Icoma getting tagged a little bit. He's going to be quite all right. Bukti just to his right. Endless somewhere else. I guess Bukti is going to go ahead and tarp in. Well done. Taking that high ground. Looking to take initiative. This could set themselves up nicely. Builds are going to be broken, and Bukti is now by himself. Icoma forced to try and get with his teammates if he can. Not wasting any opportunity. Trying to get those tags. Not going to come through just yet. I'm seeing Raw, Hectens, and Bread slowly rotating in themselves. You got Savage as well, rotating with the team. Sharkman just behind him. A lot of great competitors. Cease just to your left. There's a lot of top 4, top 5 still fighting it out. Cloudy, one of the members in Demersky, looks as if they're going to fall. Duke and Visuals gone. 2 bodies are starting to hit the floor.
D-Rollers trio there with Visuals actually, and Duke, I think they secured that elimination on Cloud if I'm not mistaken, so that's going to be a huge refresh for them here. Cloud's actually alive, I see him, but they tagged him a lot. They cracked him. They almost got that elimination, so they might play a little aggressive against that duo. Now we also see Illist here putting himself into a little bit of a risky situation, seeing that he is in 2nd place now, and he's coming from that victory royale, that big game. So if he's able to get a back here, it could boost him to 1st place.
Definitely could. Boost into 1st place. Wouldn't that be an incredible moment for them, especially this late. Hoods. Oh, he's going to get harpooned up. Oh, just missing the edit. Do you drop down for the loot? Well, let's go ahead and use that harpoon gun. That is a fair decision. You got your wood, you got your metal, you got your brick, and you don't take any damage despite pressure being there. This is going to set up Endless Tragics, Pushies, and Snood very well. And it's great to see Snood finally deep into late game. I know he gets finished off a little bit earlier with his team, but this could be a great opportunity. 17 trios still remaining, 45 players tightly contested, and look at the chaos in front of Snood and Co.
This is a stacked end game here, but look, D-Roller, Duke, and Visuals, they're gonna go all in here. They're gonna go for the high ground and see if they can secure a big point game, which is just gonna give them that 1st place lead. But be careful, D-Roller actually got knocked down from doing this. Duke got cracked, only has 58 builds to work with now, and they have to play it out as a duo. They have to rotate far to get into zone. That might have been too risky of a play.
it might have been, and they're going to have to recover again. If they could just get top 5, they will easily hold on to the first place position. Snood getting lobby focused. He's going to drop. Paperfly also gone to Hydrax. We saw Hydrax rotating in a little bit earlier, being forced, I think being pressured by Seasonco, but still able to stay alive. Spark down. Eclipse last up for his squad, trying to stay in it. Rao picks up one. Now, we've been watching Rao through and through, and he is still alive, so we'll definitely keep you up to date with that one. Users is gone. Larson picks up Hydrax. Spark picking up Endless Tragic as well as SK. Both of them falling to the wayside, and Noob Savage with that high ground, trying to maintain 4th place, or excuse me, 5th place with Shark Army. This is a big game for this trio.
Duke actually getting an elimination. Visuals actually getting 2 eliminations. That means that Duke and Visuals just cleaned up a whole trio now. They are clutching it up as a duo. They want to maintain this first place, this lead, but be careful because Illis trio is still alive and they're coming motivated, but no, they actually got blocked by the build reflections and they end up getting eliminated to the storm with so many materials left over. They're gonna have to figure something out in the last game, but right now Sharkman, Savage, and Smite do have the high ground. Not a lot of materials, but they could still clutch it up. All they need is one refresh and they can make it to the end.
Number 5 up top with Sharkman. Down low is Larson and Co. These guys are battling to break into that top 3 position, and it's anybody's ball game. Still 9 teams remain, 20 players fighting for these moving zones, fighting for the rotation. Ill is taking a risk being down low, but an opportunity presents itself to pick up more eliminations and a refresh, and you know he's not going to waste that opportunity, Tokata.
Not at all. Actually having to play as a solo now, threw his teammate into the zone to get the loot quicker. I don't know if that was the play, but I mean, if it works, it works. Has the materials now, has the little bit of siphon. Mats and Cease still alive here in the zone, picking up 2 eliminations. That is huge for Cease, giving him not only the siphon, but now the materials to play this out as a duo with Tabney. Has the Chug Splash Launcher, has a teammate. This could be a huge game for them.
Great game for them. They're in 3rd place, a lot of ground to cover, and I said it might be impossible for them to overcome 1st place, but they're making a great run from it. Tabney C still rocking that low ground, and they can afford to do so. As you said, the Chug Cannon is going to allow them to heal off if it gets to that point. Tons of builds ahead of them. They're going to go ahead and top off while they can get the refresh. Still, the pressure from Sharkman up top. Nexi forced to rotate out, but Savage, Smite, as well as Sharkman. Savage is gone. Sharkman might be seeing an early end if he's not careful. 4 squads remain, and that's going to be another finish. Rao picks up Crumble. Rao's been playing so very well. Tabney will get an elimination onto a Perts. I knew Savage has also been finished up. I believe that leaves Sharkman by himself. 3 trios remain.
This is a huge game for Cease, Chimp, and Tabney, currently in the top 3. But if they come out on top here, even if they get 2nd with a lot of elims, this could push them up in the leaderboard. Sharkman, now, I think he's playing it as a solo. He's going to have to take a tick and try and get the medkit heal game off, but Cease does have the splash launcher, does possibly have another elimination here that could give him Siphon, gets the elimination. Will that clutch it up and give him enough time to play the heal off here for 1st place?
Total of 9 eliminations for this roster. Getting those additional points for getting first would be massive, and the hell ticks away, and Tabney seems to be the one left standing. Should be Sharkman will get that victory. Well done from him. That was a battle through and through, and Tokata, we can see why the top 5 are the top 5 for a reason. Basically, all of those top 5 teams were there towards the tail end. Cease getting 2nd place was massive. Sharkman obviously getting first, popping off as he did is huge. He was in 5th place coming into this. I'm curious to see, though, where Crumble and Larson and Co. sit, because I know they were top 5 themselves. They came into this in 4th place, but is it going to be enough to take over those high ground boys? I'm not so certain.
I mean, I'm curious to see the leaderboard, the whole top 5, the top 3. It could have changed. You said it yourself. Cease was 30 points behind the 1st place, which was D-Roller and his teammates. But now after that 2nd place with 9 eliminations, that's more than the 30 points that they needed. So they could be up there. They could be 2nd pushing for 1st, and there's 1 game left. If they're able to win that game and make the comeback to 1st place, that's going to be incredible.
It definitely would be. I mean, he was McDonald's MVP for a reason. He could very well be that McDonald's MVP for the second day, depending if he gets first. Not being contested off Slurpee now. They've established their dominance. That is now their location, and no one is challenging them. And rightly so. You said it best at the start, Tokata. No one really, especially this late in the game, they don't want to lose their lives early on and be eliminated. It's not doing your team any justice. It's better to kind of land on the outskirts, give up that chug cannon, and kind of play for the late game as opposed to just fighting off the start. Smart strategy. Co is just, there's too many variables. That's almost a 75-25 in favor of Co with as well as they play.
Especially going to this last game where it's your last chance. You had day one, but now you're on day two. Last game of day two. It's your last opportunity. You don't want to do anything risky.
I know you definitely don't. We have to check out our intel play of the game. There were so many possibilities for this moment, and what moment did it come down to? Who is going to get it? Well, it's going to be Adi, at least on your screen currently. This was earlier on, and this was a big engagement for this trio.
Absolutely. He actually had a great job there of getting the realer state of his opponents, replacing their roof, their cone, getting the big pump shot off, which actually got him one knock, came in, got the second knock. But I want to point out his trio, Swirl, who actually saved them. He got into a little risky situation. You'll see on the first knock, after he got it, pushing forward for the second one, he actually got cracked, almost eliminated. But his teammate came in, helped them out, clutched it up, and they came out with 3 eliminations.
Yeah, and that early in the game, not dropping off and being eliminated is massive. Picking up those 3 points, plus also having a fresh rotator, a free rotate, and all that loot is massive. Well done from them. We saw a lot of early engagements. Game 5, I expect to see even more, but I really hope Game 5 is going to be just as chaotic and as close as the top 5 truly was. A lot of moments to break down. Let's get a recap of game number 4. Yeso and Jacob, I leave it to you guys to do so.
I got you gentlemen covered. Well done there on game 4, and only one single game remains in our weekend. It has been a crazy Razer Invitational North America, brought to you by Norton Gaming, and I am excited for the finish. So here in the studio, I'm joined by Jacob, MVPR, one more time to break down game number 4 and get ready for our final one of the weekend. Jacob, what are your thoughts there as we close out our 4th game of the day?
Yeah, nothing less than just excited. As we predicted, that first game of the day was a little slow. These teams are coming back in after game number 1, kind of feeling each other out, seeing what strategies change, along with that drop spot as well. But as the day goes on, so does that aggression. You saw it from the beginning portions of that one, some early game fights, kind of all the way through. And that's the thing that really separates these pro players from some of these up-and-comers, is the consistency, the balance of slaying and going for placement points to put yourself in the best position. That's something that's going to get even harder when this last game does come around.
Yeah, it's going to be a very exciting run to the finish. We will check the leaderboard a little later, but it's starting to look like it will be kind of that 3-horse race here in this final game, and I certainly cannot wait. We are doing another giveaway, ladies and gentlemen, so hit exclamation point giveaway in chat to see what you need to throw in to enter. It's going to be, again, one of these Intel Core i7 processors, and then another Seagate FireCuda 520 M.2 NVMe SSD. These things are blazing fast, so much love to our hardware partners for Razer Invitational North America, our friends over at Seagate. We appreciate their support. If you guys don't win the giveaway, don't worry, use exclamation point Seagate. You can still grab yourself one of these. You want one in your PC today, so definitely get in on that. Now let's get into business here, though. We've got our Seagate save of the match here for game number 4, and I got Jacob here to break it all down for you.
Yeah, getting that save of the match is not going to be an easy feat for kind of any of these teams, any singular player, but only one guy really deserves that opportunity to be called the Seagate player of the game, and that's right now, it's going to be jumping on board Cease, as you see him kind of trying to get as much of that health as possible, but I don't think that's not going to be the player right now, because somebody above him makes a big play time and time again. A 14-kill win yesterday, he kind of solidifies it by himself, playing as the solo. Sharkman from above is figuring it out, even though this is a highlight highlight right now of C's kind of going off. The save comes through of him just playing patient, making sure he has his health. Cease is going through it, down low to the bottom, and this is going to be a big moment for Cease as well because they didn't have the best start to the tournament on the day, but he ran out of the slurps. He didn't have the HP to outlast Sharkman, as you saw him early on with that med kit, holding on to the game, not getting nervous, because time and time again, you see some of these up-and-coming players, some of these players that might not have all the experience in the world, they might second-guess themselves. They might second-guess that heal off and try to drop down and get elimination, but Sharkman did not.
Sharkman did the math. He knew that he had enough there and is able to grab the victory royale. So congratulations to them and a well-played finish to that game. It's been tough choices all weekend, but I'm going to put you on the spot one more time here. Jacob, your Norton Gaming MVP of game number 4.
To me, it's none other than Cease in that one. Even though Sharkman did take him out towards the very end, to me, it's that rampage that he went on with his back up against the wall. Yeah, Tab went in there and got some big kills, but it was Cease going into the store, bouncing left and right, figuring out the right path in order to get second place, and that was a much-needed second place. Like I said earlier, they were not having the best start to the day in this one, even though they did have a good day number 1. So it's really going to come down to game number 5 from Cease. Congratulations on your moment of the match, but the war is not over yet.
Yeah, still one more to go, but a clutch play there, and it puts them back in the running after, as you mentioned, a rough start to the day for Cease's squad. Now, I believe they are just right in the hunt for first place here, and they want to grab that $6,000 in the range of Razer products. Let's check out our Norton Gaming play of the match here for game number 4.
What I'm talking about, Cease. From that very beginning moment, he gets the knock onto one player. He sees Eddie over there towards the top side. That was one of like Snood's former teammates there, and immediately turns around, gets another player, and he gets all that loot as well. Even though he does have that chug count, he realized he can't overstay his welcome and instantly regroups with his teammate yet again. I don't know how long this replay is going to go because he was just on a rampage, just like you said. It didn't stop here. He's continuing to push forward. He knows the pressure is on his backside, and there it goes. This is kind of the same play that we saw early on, not stopping after that first elimination, not giving up, and continuously being aware. That's Chip that went down to clamp, so the call out, the communication from this entire team has to be on point.
Cease looking strong and putting his team in striking distance with that performance in game number 4. We are right here and ready for the finish, ladies and gentlemen. Only one more game remains in Razer Invitational North America, brought to you by Norton Gaming. We will decide our Fortnite champions with our next game. We'll have reflections and Jacob on the cast. Tokata and I will be back to break it all down after game number 5. We're going to head to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. The race to the finish starts after this.
You're gaming across dozens of accounts, all of your inventories filled with valuable in-game items and personal information. Yet you're just a side quest in the campaign of cyber criminals who have stolen over 13 billion records. You need Norton 360 for gamers, the next level in device security. Dark web monitoring that notifies you if your gamer tag is discovered on the dark web. A no-log VPN to help prevent DDoS attacks or doxing. PC notification optimization helps you keep your eyes on the prize. You won't be bothered while gaming. Cyber criminals had better be ready for the hardest match of their lives.
am a legend. I am the GOAT. I am the greatest. I am the hope. Can't take my spot, I'll die for mine. You cross that line. I broke the mold, I cracked the code, and now it's time. And now it's time. The world is mine.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 5. Let's get some Game 5 hype in chat. This is the Razer Invitational for North America. Of course, featuring Fortnite. I'm Taylor Reflections. I'm joined by Jacob MVPR. Great analyst segment, brother. You ended up picking Cease as your MVP. Sharkman, though, obviously popping off and having his moments. It was a great game, but was it enough from either of those two teams to overtake first or even break into top 3 like some of them were wanting to do?
Yeah, only time's really going to tell to see if that was enough for Sharkman. Was that enough for Cease? Was Illis able to get themselves in such a good position to kind of outlast that? Same could be said with D-Roller, Duke, and Visuals. So many questions to be answered here at the end of game number 5 that I almost just want to get into it. But at the same time, I want to give these guys enough chance to kind of rethink their strategy, make little adjustments here and there so that we can have the most competitive game that we can have in a game number 5.
Yeah, you mentioned one incredible team, right? D-Roller, Visuals, and Duke representing the name of High Ground. They were in first heading into game number 4. I believe they did quite well, but was it enough? The thing is, though, heading into game number 4, they had about a 30-point lead over Goats, which, of course, is Cease and Co. But they only had a minor lead over Illust and Co., right? So things are definitely going to be a bit tricky on those leaderboards. We'll have a chance to see that in just a little bit. But with that being said, Jacob, game 5 is where everything comes down to the wire. The pressure is real. You've been a competitor and a coach at some high-level gameplay and other esports titles, and you know best, right? When that pressure is on, you better not have shaky hands.
Yeah, you better have enough minutes on your phone. You better pay your bills so you can go ahead and answer that call. As we go ahead and look at the leaderboards right now, we're going to be able to see which trio teams that we really need to look out for. But as you can see, it Goats in third, the Z's in first, High Ground get overtaken by 2 points. But then you have Crumble, Larson, Nexi, Shark Army, Yo123. A couple of those guys are going to have a game of their life in terms of eliminations and getting the victory. But right now, I do believe maybe 5th and up, you're at least in contention. And that's what you want to do for game number 5. Build yourself up. Get yourself one step away from taking the lion's share of over $10,000 in cash and prizes. And yeah, and prizes.
And 100% and prizes, okay? It's a lot of money and prizes. I want to point out, by the way, Z's across the board, that's Illust, Chucky, as well as Zork, take first place. They overtake High Ground, who is, of course, D-Roller, Visuals, and Duke. They've been maintaining first place basically throughout all of day 5. They only lead by 2 points, but they were in the lead, speaking in regards of High Ground heading into, or at least from game 3 to game 4, they were in the lead by about 10 or 12 points. So obviously Illust and Co. doing a great job. First place once again. As far as Goats go with Cease, they are just behind that of High Ground and Z's, and that's impressive to me because starting from game 3 to game 4, they had 199 points. They were trailing behind that of High Ground, who was in first by 30 or so points, and that shows you the domination Cease was able to have in that late game, right? Picking up all of those eliminations and also getting that first place was massive and critical for them to catapult themselves to be within striking distance of first.
Yeah, and you can kind of see those couple blunder moments with Crumble and then the entire trio of Goats where they got kind of chopped down. Those extra points, it could have definitely went a long way, staying alive longer, getting the placements, possibly more eliminations. So this is definitely really going to come down to the wire, like you're saying. Z's and High Ground separated by 2. We've seen some 4-5-point games. We've seen some 46-point games before. So even though I say it's up to maybe the top 5, I wouldn't be surprised if even Yo123 kind of slipped in there if their opposition does get taken down. It's going to be a long shot for them to get first, but they could definitely get into the money after this last and final game.
I think, obviously big things to look at. High Ground, Team Z, where are they going to shake up after game 5? You've got Cease, who can be kind of the disruptor team and really overtake, go from third to first. Larson's team is going to be battling tooth and nail against Shark Army. We just saw, Sharkman play absolutely incredible. There's so many different variables in that top 5. I think top 3 is going to be interesting. Whether or not Sharkman overtakes Larson, that's to be seen. Now we hop on board with Cease, and rightly so over at Slurp. We've been talking about the meta using those Chug cannons to his own devices. But this time, last game they were uncontested, which made life a lot easier. Obviously gave Cease an easy path with this team to be able to get first place. Now they will be contested off the start. That changes things and makes things a little bit riskier. If Cease and Co. Are eliminated early on, or even if they lose a player, if they lose one of their trio, Jacob, they might be kissing first place goodbye.
No, they definitely will, but they kind of see the strategy that they kind of has played out when they are contested at the very minimum is they loot that bottom corner of Slurpee. They get as much as they can, whatever loot is there, whatever shields is there as well, and then they kind of branch off. They go to that bottom left corner, kind of where you saw Fortilla a few seasons ago. That's where they're going to get that extra gold, and since obviously the rotation is going to push them back towards Slurpee, that's where they're going to backtrack, try to get those chug cannons, try to get and stick to the same strategies that got them to this position in the first place. But interesting to see. I don't know which team contested them, but that's going to be a big move for any of these last teams trying to scrape together these last bit of points.
Something to think about. 14 trios came into this match. Only 41 players remain, so not as many as we've had before, but even so, the pressure is very real, as you can tell from Cease. Chimp is going to be just to his right, along with his teammate of Tabney. They can't really get into Slurpee all that well. That team that is in front of them, though, is very adamant about taking this trio down. Cease and Co. are going to have to fight for their lives.
Definitely going to be a tricky situation for them to kind of battle back from, but I don't think they've not been in this situation before. I mean, is when you do this strategy,
yeah, right.
it plays out so many different games, especially when you go through the different opens to semifinals to finals. You're playing so many different styles of play, so many different players. I don't think anything at this point should be a surprise, but this is that same team that kind of contested them a few games ago. This is going to be Quanti and Co. trying to kind of alpha up on Slurpee. This is where it gets interesting because already when you saw them kind of face off before, they didn't fight. Yeah, Cease took a couple of storms or some of the shots with the guns, but what the biggest thing was, he just turned and ran. He got popped that pepper and got out alive after he got the quest, after he got the gold.
Yeah, like you said, Quanti, Demon, Twix. Game 3, they ended up fighting against each other. Nice shot.
Oh,
nice.
no.
Cease, you're nasty, my guy. I wish I had 1/3 of that aim. Twix forced to go into the engagement, and Cease is not holding back. Fall damage will take him out. He's going to go ahead and go with that waterfall, get the finish as early as they can, secure the guaranteed point if they can get it. The shakedown is in. Quanti and Demon forced to make a decision. Do they retreat or do they fight it out?
Yeah, I like him being patient enough to go ahead and get the shakedown, especially since they know Quanti is dead to rights right now. He possibly has maybe 10 HP shields combined right now, and he's just getting swarmed. They're not going to let him get through for free, and they looks like they might pick up that elimination and a squad wipe as well. What a great way to start off game number 5 for one of our contending teams.
100%. You know, Takata said you don't want to challenge this trio off the rip, Jacob, and you can see why he said that, okay? It's just not going to be an easy fight. Cease was deadly accurate, forcing the pressure onto Twix, ultimately dropping him, and then obviously Quanti and Demon fell a little bit earlier. Slurpee's won. Now they have the potential to get up there, get their chuck cannons as they've been doing, and they'll be sitting pretty. I cannot overstate enough, Jacob, how important that fight was for Cease and Co.
Yep, and you can see they're kind of just pushing forward, which kind of has me shaking my head a little bit, or at least scratching it in confusion, because usually that's where you see them kind of backtrack, get the gold, and go for the chug cannon, but they're probably just trying to loot up what is nearby before they go and do that. See the Spire. One of the spots I noticed, like during a FNCS a lot, that was almost uncontested. It didn't have a lot of action going down, or at least until the mid portions of the game where everybody kind of rotated in. So interesting to see as, you know, Fortnite does develop, as it does go on, teams are going to switch up their drops, because there is a lot of loot that could be gained at the Spire.
Quite a bit of loot, right? I mean, I think any POI that you get that's uncontested can set yourself up nicely. You mentioned Spire being uncontested. Well, Pleasant hasn't been uncontested literally since game 1 of the first day. And hey, watch out. You're going to get lasered in the back. And a player we haven't seen yet, Bulla on your screen, playing with Danny Badblue. I know we've had a chance to kind of watch his perspective and Tony, but let's see what Bulla's made out of, or maybe even Danny Bad. This is a pretty chaotic fight. It seems a lot being committed for Pleasant. Every team trying to lock it in. We know that bunker chest is a real thing. We don't know what came from it as of yet, at least looking through the inventory slots so far. Maybe it didn't even spawn up, but again, much like Cease earlier in Slurpee, potential to gain 3 points is here.
Danny Bloom's loadout right now. I feel like maybe they got the bunker chest. You did both. Epic
he did.
Weapons.
Yeah.
They have the tac shotgun, and they have the epic AR. So that's going to be a big part of your arsenal here. And they have the high ground as well, if they can just kind of angle out these players. So what I mean by that is a lot of the times you see people like to box up together or at least make it too wide, kind of sit together. You also want to figure out a way when you have these angles to kind of spread out, get the necessary shots. As you see Danny Bloom, he's going back for a gas can. He's really wants to take this fight. They really want to solidify these eliminations, and rightfully so. This is game number 5. After this game is over, we're going to crown a champion.
We definitely are, and a lot in contention, especially that top 5. I don't know if these teams are going to be able to break that top 5 position, but they really don't care about that. They're competitors at their core, and they're going to continue to compete. I respect that. I really do. Even if you know you can't make it into that top 5, you continue to compete, and you continue to show the crowd what you are made of. Now, one of the teams that can compete for top 5 or in top 5 is this roster right here. Crumble, Larson, Nexi, forced to fight over at Weeping, and we'll see if they can win this fight. An opportunity presents itself, and well, they've got to just strike while the iron is hot.
Both of them kind of reaching the apex of their builds and staring at each other. It's gonna be Outplay on YouTube getting that first shot on the Crumble. Not a big shot though, but Nexi does go down. Larson falls as well, or at least he's getting his HP taken out. He no shield. He has about 5 HP. Al's gonna take a big shot. That's gonna make Larson at that moment to probably get some minis and get his HP back up if possible, as Crumble's gonna continue buying his teammates some time, continuing to play aggressive here, and it's much needed as well as splitting those builds around because they don't have many between the two, and that's why I like this idea to drop down, finish off this elimination, get the siphon and the resources, which are much needed.
All right, I believe there's still one more individual that they have to get through. We don't see Larson relatively that healthy. It's going to be really owed up to Crumble now to kind of carry the torch, take down the last member. I believe is going to be Hydrax, who we know is an incredible player in his own right. So you got to be careful. You got to take him seriously. I understand it's a 2v1. You have the man advantage, but anything can happen.
Anything can happen indeed. We've seen some players come through, you know, get a reboot when they're the solo player. We just saw Sharkman take a game by himself towards the very end. But Crumble, man, he just gets his HP and shield just destroyed off. He has minis. He has some big pots as well, but he doesn't have the HP. Hoods finds the angle, gets the knock. That's going to be the big part. Hoods, now it's the tables have turned. Larson's now trying to get aggressive, trying to get the knock, but no, he gets eliminated. Squad wipe going down. Nexi's game and hopes for taking this series is over.
That is heartbreaking. 12th place for Crumble, Larson, and Nexi. They put in so much time and effort, so much potential to reach that top 3, and now that seems like an impossibility. They came into game number 5, the final game, ladies and gentlemen, with 222 points, just separating themselves from Shark Army just by 12 points, and a little bit of a rogue arrow from Tony. Or it should be from somebody else, from Dusky, my apologies, will connect, and this makes things very awkward for Tony. Last one alive in his trio, forced to retreat. Bully pressuring up, and Tony's gonna have to fight for his life. We know Bully is a formidable opponent. He's had some incredible games, mechanically sound. He's just an all-around great player. Tony using just as really almost all of his mats, down to 11 total builds, and he's facing a trio, misses the arrow. Dom pushing up, but I think Tony's life is about to be short-lived.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough builds. Continue to build towards the high ground while still maintaining some sort of advantage. He has 2 other players that can easily shoot him down. He's going to drop. So is his shields. Back down to 5. He's continuing to fall down, trying to create some separation, try to find a 1v1, but I don't think it's going to come through. He gets another tag on him. Dom takes some shots, but it's not going to be enough. Tony gets overwhelmed, taken out, and that's where we're going to jump back on over to this trio with Hero. We saw him in day 1. We saw him a little bit here today, but I don't know where he's at exactly on the leaderboard. I can only imagine that he needs a massive game, eliminations, and placement points to get that to come through.
Yeah, again, you want to be within that top 5, top 6, right? That's kind of the sweet spot for you. And I know I was kind of derailed as Tony was fighting for his life against Bully and Co. But just to go back to Crumble, Larson, and Nexi, came into game 5 in 4th place. They needed to hold their ground. Sharkman on your screen with Savage and Smite. Now they have a chance to overtake Crumble, Larson, Nexi, knock them down to 5th, and overtake them to propel themselves in 4th place, and maybe even go even further to overcome Cease and Co. to make up for third place, but Crumble Larson Nexi, heartbreaking losses. They were finished off 12th place. We'll now focus the attention over to Sharkman and Co. Again, an opportunity to get in that third place potential. You'd have to think they're absolutely going to get there. Getting some extra metal from the bots, of course. You always want to make sure you talk to them, as Tokata said. You've also pointed that out as well, Jacob. They're just going to chill in Craggy for the most part. They have a couple of teams around them, but no reason to engage so far. Speaking of which, they're actually in zone, so they can afford to kind of play for placements a little more.
It's actually interesting as well that they end up here, because we were talking about almost for 2 days straight, Craggy Cliffs going uncontested over D-Roller and Dukes and their trio. So it's going to be a little bit of a different game here as it does play out, as now there is a little bit of contention. Obviously, it's because of the zone, as you see Sharkman, Smite, and Noob trying to claim as much of this territory as possible, hoping that the zone pulls over on this side of the map, which, depending on where it is, hey, they could have this spot in zone for quite a while. But the biggest thing here, while they're going ahead and matting up, refreshing their resources, making the builds their own, they need to have somebody that is at least collecting some information, peeking out, whether it's through a cone, whether it's through an edit, just to make sure they don't get snuck up on.
I did see Bully off in the distance, and definitely a trio you don't want to go against. We've seen what they can do to, or what they just did to Tony's team just a little bit earlier. You notice Illis, though, has established himself. I believe the trio is going to set up in a 3-tower formation. Pretty common, right, to kind of separate yourself. Back then, it used to be useful, especially for the nade meta, right? Whenever teams were kind of practicing with their nades, they would throw them at the same time. If you were in the same build, you had a very real chance of being eliminated. I've seen plenty of squads eliminated during that meta, but in this case they will set up 3 towers strong just to create some separation. You're also avoiding the stink bow potential to get that chip damage airdrop in front of Breezy. It's going to be able to get that, or maybe even he'll lead that to his team at he, which would be great. You never know what those drops are going to hold, and you never know if that's going to help you in late game.
You just got to be careful right now, because they just seen the drop disappear, and by they, I mean the team right above them on the mountain. So they know somebody's there. Even though they don't have visual or a line of sight on where they're currently at, they know somebody was down there. But here we go. We're jumping out by Bully. There was one of the game winners, taking out our last game winner, as well as Sharkman does get eliminated. Dom, he only has a sliver of actual HP, but that could easily be replenished. And this is where they got the shakedown, I do believe. And now they're going to go ahead and try to chase down the remaining teammates. Smite right now is the focus. They pop the pepper. Dusky's going to make sure that nobody escapes for free. They want to make sure these points, these are crucial points towards the ending portion of the game, and that they get all of them. There goes some great shots. They're actually taking him down, forced to hop out of the car and build to protect himself. But that moment right there is a moment that the rest of this trio that's chasing him down could catch up and solidify that point.
Look at how exposed Dusky is, but luckily not getting at least shot at for the time being. Bully has a decision. Do I go up top? Do I just kind of stay down low? What is my game plan? Craggy, not a bad place to be. You know, there are some talented teams over in this location, but either way, he's searching for something, and there it is. He wanted the refresh on the mats. He wanted those minis, and he wants to make sure he's set up nicely for the end game, which he very well could be. He's not going to waste an opportunity, though. Looking to go ahead and try and laser D-Roller. It's not going to happen just yet, but at least making his presence known. You don't want to mess with him.
Yep, this is something you guys got to be really cognizant of who's really on fire on the day, and then what situation you need to go ahead and try to take that fight. That's why I always talk about some people get lost with getting resources, with looting, and things like that, that the information that you can gather just by kind of sitting in the box, peeking out a cone, getting those edits while your teammates are the ones getting theirs mats up or doing whatever they may be doing is crucial, because you don't want to wait till that last moment to when zone pops and then you're thinking of the rotation, then you're thinking of the plane. You want to be as prepared as possibly can be.
Absolutely the case. Preparation is key, right? Especially late game where you really can't prepare. You can't really, or you don't have time to think through, little nuances of, do I have enough mats? Do I have enough this? Do I have enough that? You just want to make sure you simplify in-game for yourself. 9 trios remain, 27 players still on the map. A lot of opportunity to pick up those placements, pick up the refreshes, and overall just get those eliminations. It's going to be chaotic. This hill, though, could pose a problem for Bully and his team. All right, Dom and Dusky are forced to use those mats to get up. You don't want to sit down there and unfortunately not be inside the safe zone. Might as well go ahead and traverse it, get up there. Visuals, Duke, and Deroller, they've got to hear them coming up. This engagement could be deadly for that trio.
I told you, getting that information is crucial. And it makes me almost wonder, why didn't they at least try to take some tags on him? They only have white HP. Visuals goes down early, but so does Dusky. Dom takes a crucial shot. Two of the players are falling. It's all up to Bully here, and he's going through it. HP getting dwindled down. So are his shields. He's dropped down to only 71, and he's still a target. There are players above him, Duke, that are still trying to take him out. Cease is just getting that opportune time to try to get as many of those mats, get as much of the ammo, resources as possible, and that's exactly why you've seen him dropping those weapons. He's just trying to get and steal the spoils of war right now.
That is a tremendous battle. We know how powerful Bully's team can be. For D-Roller, Visuals, and Duke holding their ground, even though one player drops, they stay up. That is massive. But now, another opportunity presents itself. Cease, Chimp, Tabney, we knew coming into this match, they were in third place. They needed to cover at least 20 or so points just to overcome the roster of High Ground, as well as Team Z with Illest. The opportunity presents itself. You have number 2 and number 3 currently neck and neck fighting against each other, but also, you're going to add in the X Factor. You got Snood from XSET fighting here, and we know Possess, Snood, and Tragic are going to be a hard opponent or a hard trio to fight against.
Yeah, that's the thing is, even though some of these players and their possibility of winning the entire thing might be out the window, that doesn't stop them. And that's the type of attitude you want from a teammate. That's the attitude you want from an IGL-style player. One that will never give up no matter the circumstances, no matter the situation, no matter the outcome. And that's why they are some of the best in the history of Fortnite. Not just a moment, not just a tournament, throughout the history of the game. But that's going to almost be a perfect rotation as well from Snood. Yeah, they're going to get shot in the back, but this is going to allow them to get some sort of high ground, some sort of position here in the zone. As you can see, right as they continue to go forward, they're going to have maybe one team next to them. So this is not going to be not too shabby of a spot for them.
Not too shabby of a spot, as you said it. And again, you know, positioning, especially before half and half, is massive. Now you just got to hope that you get blessed with the half and half zone. If you do, the chances of you making that late game run, getting the victory royale, just became a reality. Zest trapped behind those stairs, luckily has enough builds to protect himself against those bullets that are incoming. Nobody's dropped yet. 8 trios, or 8 teams rather, 24 players still remain. This mountain is going to be one of the trickiest zones we have seen yet. I thought the water zone was tricky, but you added that elevation, Jacob, and things get infinitely harder.
Yeah, you can see people left and right trying to slide down. They're trying to pick that perfect moment to rotate. How many players are there? Snood went and found a shot, but Cease, he always finds himself. I don't know if he's walking to some of these zones, getting gifted some of these zones, but he always finds himself the sweet spot when we go for the half and half. So he's already going to maintain and hold that position with his hard mats, and he can replenish it right there. You see 160 brick, 250 metal. They're sitting great right now. They can even take some shots and hold on to those builds to make sure that they're safe as possible. As you see every other team kind of rotating in. Take note of Illest and his trio over on the right side, and then Hood and Hydratic's trio on the left side, because they're going to be the guys that have that high ground, or at least for now.
Ooh, Cease needs to stay up. Luckily, everybody literally full health, albeit Cease does have 35 shield missing, but that's not going to deter him or let it deter him. Ooh, Al just about fell off and took that fall damage. We have seen so many trios ruined because of that. But look at this angle he has from the backside of those builds. He's able to laser in. Now, he does have his teammate just up above him. He's going to be forced to just kind of rotate up with them. Taking this high ground is good, but it's built out of wood. An opportunity to get shot down is a very real thing, but I guess you can't let that deter you. The mats are the match. You have what you have, and you just got to use it to your fullest. An opportunity to take down Illest, though, is there. Zork is going to fall. Illest now is going to be lasered. If Illest and Co fall here, that is going to be tragic for their first place placement.
Yeah, I'm looking at Cease's trio, Illest, the roller. Addy's going to go down. That's going to be a big down onto him. Illest is kind of forced way in towards the zone. Less than 50 HP, but 2 floppers. It's not going to be a worry for him as he continues to try to stay ahead of the zone. And that's exactly what Illest needs to do here as a solo. Stay ahead of zone, but he can't get too far ahead. He needs to be very, very careful. This is a very tricky situation for Illest if he's looking to survive.
Huge tricky situation. I mean, come on, you're in first place, you know that, and now you might not be by the end of this. If Illis falls here, Jacob, I highly expect this team, this trio, to drop to second or third place. This is going to open up a big opportunity for Cease and Co. if they can stay alive, and only 19 players remaining. Demersky there's Cease. Okay, so let's look for that trio well ahead of and they're trying to overtake high ground. It's going to be a battle between Cease's team and Outplay on YouTube's team, and Hydrax is there. Whoever wins this high ground battle is going to win this match. I guarantee it.
Yeah, Roller, Duke, and Visuals, they're right there to the left. They're staying neck and neck. This is not the best position for Cease, though. They're stuck in the middle. They're getting a sandwich right now between these two trio pieces of bread in which they're fighting for. As you see him dropping as much as he can, trying to give everything over. This does go down to a heal off. This could be crucial. The team on the high ground, it will have the advantage here as they continue to raid down fire from above. 7 trios remaining, 19 total players. Spark down there by himself. You see D-Roller on the left side. Everybody's so close together. In just a few short moments when this next zone moves, that's where we're going to see a few players just really get eliminated. So your choices, your decisions right now are going to be the most important decisions in the game.
Illis still alive. Want to point that out, by the way. Still trying to carry the torch for his trio. He's all alone. He knows this. The pressure is real. But Illis has been here before, and he wants to maintain first. Now, Cease is just a hair away from trying to retake high ground. He did it before, but at least right now, he's just going to go ahead and tunnel in, and he might make an attempt to go over top. Outplay is going to use this opportunity to maintain. He's going to cut off Cease. This could be the intel play of the game, depending on how it unfolds. Champ is going to fall. He's now going to take that high ground. Unfortunately, though, dropping down. Outplay is going to manage to get at least some chip damage, and players still up. Nobody loses their life, and Outplay has his high ground taken away.
Yeah, he has to basically give it up. They don't have enough mats to keep fighting this. They're forced down. I don't know if Cease was able to hold and maintain that high ground, but that was a massive play this late in the game, so it's going to be up to Hoods here, trying to do what he can. He doesn't have any builds, so he's trying to hug the outside portion. His teammates are going to be there, but they don't have any builds either. Cease, they have the high ground, dropping down low. They don't want to be too high, so that way they don't fall. They're learning from their mistakes of yesterday, but the high ground is going to be maintained, dropping down little by little. Cease does have the chug cannon. He does have a common infantry, so he's not going to have a high rate of DPS. Hopefully his teammates can back him up.
All right, they definitely have to. We're down to just 15 players, Jacob, for game number 5. Cease, as you said, learning from his mistakes, building those ramps down, but opting to go out. We're seeing Hero. He's gone. Tragic. He's been finished off. Chip now is going to be on the backside. Snood's going to be finished off. That brings it down to just 9 total players. Cease now building down those ramps. He knows he wants that high ground, but he wants to taper off the expectations. At this point, 44 builds still in his hands. You got another player, Tabanet, who's going to be able to find a different angle. Everybody from Cease's roster looking to take first place. Duke down there, DeRoller as well. An opportunity for them to hold on to their lead is also at risk. Cease and Co need this victory, and they need to eliminate D-Roller and their team.
Yeah, this one's really coming down to the wire. We have those chug cannons that we mentioned early on, just trying to make sure to top each other off. We got to be careful, though, because you want to make sure you have enough if this one does go down to a heal off. And you have to make sure to keep firing down from above. Don't let anybody even contest for the high ground. Aperta is going through it. It does look like he maintained it and stole it away from Cease. Tabney's fighting back and forth, but Aperta's going to get the last laugh. His teammates fall, though. Cease is going to give up the high ground to maintain their status as a trio. Cease goes down. Amish goes down from Chip. This is 2 trios remaining. A 1v3 situation for Aperta. I do believe Cease is down, though, so it's now a 1v2. Tabney, there's multiple builds. I don't know how much left over. They get the last kill. They get the victory royale, but how many points did they get?
I think they got enough. I think they got enough. I'm not going to speculate any further, but I think Cease and his team with Chip and Tabney staying alive as the duo, getting the victory royale, and also picking up, you're trying to do the math. I'm not even going to try because I was never good at geology, but Jacob, I'm telling you, brother, these boys just popped off and they made it happen. But let's not forget, Illis stayed alive for quite a bit of time as well by himself, but I fear it just wasn't enough. But one thing is for certain, whoever ends up in first place, very well deserved.
They definitely did deserve that one. That one quite literally came down to the wire. At least 2 of the top trios fighting neck and neck for that victory in the end. D-Roller and Cease, I don't know how many points they had ahead of Cease. That's the thing. I could probably do the math all day. I just don't know what to add to what. I do believe they had 7 eliminations, plus the victory gives them 37 total points. I don't know if that's enough, but the question is, are they going to stay in the money after that game?
I hope so, because that play was incredible. Think about the storyline for Cease, right? McDonald's MVP yesterday, changing or really being the only team. Originally, we've seen teams kind of pick up on it, you know, using those mythic items, using those chug cannons. It was brilliant. It truly was. I think every tournament, whether it be FNCS, elimination race, it doesn't matter what tournament you're involved in or casting or watching, you see certain teams set the precedence for the meta for the rest of the tournament. And Cease's team was that team to set the precedence for the meta. Our intel play of the game, though, was absolutely incredible, and I want to break this moment down, and I kind of handpicked this with yourself, Jacob, right? We needed this moment to take place. Outplay had the high ground with his trio for some time, but this is where things got a bit shaky for him. Chimp takes the high ground for himself. Outplay knocks him down, though, and he does get a chip damage. But you see in that split moment, Cease and Tabane are still up there, and Chimp was able to maintain with his quick wits, his quick mechanics, and his quick flooring, keeps him up there, forcing Outplay down. Outplay, if he maintains that spot, there's a very real chance Hydrax, Hoods, Outplay might have to stay or might stay up there, and who knows, may take the win. But because Cease, Tabane, and his teammate was able to get that high ground, retake it for themselves, that made it so much easier for them to hold high ground at the very end and get the victory royale. That moment was literally everything for them, and quite well, or it might be, Jacob, the championship play.
Yeah, it definitely might well be. And this is where these guys, they're probably thinking over right now, probably trying to do the math themselves, really figuring out where they could have scraped together those extra points from. Because as you said, he did get it stolen, and all this entire trio, Hoods, Al, and Hydratics, they could not fight for it, even though they had the shots there, because they didn't have the resources. They didn't have the mats, and that's because they held high ground for as long as they did, and they used those resources too early on in the game. And that's why I tell people, you got to be aware of every situation at every single time, because Cease and company, they weren't necessarily trying to make a play for the high ground at every moment, but that moment presented themselves and they executed it to perfection.
Jacob, I can't stop smiling. I'm genuinely just so pumped up that play was made. Again, there are certain plays that define you, define your team, and truly define your championship run. And that very well could have been that defining moment that trio needed. And they're named the GOATs for a reason, and that was a GOAT play. Yeso, Takada, come on, you got to break it down for us. Was that play not incredible, Yeso?
It was absolutely fantastic. Reflections, great work on the last game of the day from Jacob, and Reflections there. It was an intense run to the finish, and now we're all just left here wondering. Thankfully, we have the people in the back doing the math, breaking it all down. So after our next break, we will have the leaderboard and be able to announce our winners for the weekend. But it was a very tight race, and here to break down the final game of the day here is Tokata. CLG Tokata here one final time, and yeah, I think 10 games all done.
10 games?
Yeah.
Done, but who's gonna take that #1 spot? I mean, I'm trying to calculate it myself. All 3 of the top 3 teams from the previous match before the last game, going into the last game, made it to the late game, made it to the last moments, and I can't calculate it myself. I can't wait to see that leaderboard and see who came out on top, but I want to break down some more plays first.
Yeah, just to update everybody, while we don't have the final results now, going into that last game, I believe it was Illis squad in first place. They were 2 points ahead of second, which was a D-Rollers crew, and then third place for Cease and the GOATs, and I believe it was a 15-point gap between third and first place. So it was incredibly close. Obviously huge that Cease and the GOATs were able to grab that final victory royale, but we don't know quite yet if it was enough. But I do want to go back to that last play for our Seagate save of the match here, just to get your thoughts on it, Tokata.
Yeah, for sure. So this Seagate save of the match is going to be when Chimp actually was able to take the high ground. So this was a very important key moment here. As you can see, Outplay had peppers popped, so he was going quicker than his opponents. But even though he was going quicker, Chimp was able to build enough to maintain the high ground there, connect to Cease, and keep building up. And you can see that Outplay only had 3 builds to work with now, so he wasn't able to contest it from here. He took the time to let Cease and Tabney build up even further, kind of like used himself as a bait in a way, as they were trying to aggress against him, and it caused his team to get the high ground. And from then, they played the high throughout the match, ended up getting the victory royale, and who knows where they are on the leaderboard, but they're gonna be close.
And the really interesting thing about a play like that, when you look at kind of the broad scope of the weekend, is a lot of those saves have been clutch kills, big 1v1 wins to, you know, get the reboot for your squad. And it's kind of funny to see that at the end of the day, maybe the biggest play of the weekend and the biggest save didn't even involve an elimination. It was just a great build, grabbing that high ground and just securing your team the opportunity to try and grab the victory royale. And it just shows how up and down it has been this weekend for all of these teams. So it has definitely been quite a run.
Yeah, it's been very stressful. I'm sure they've had 2 days of competing. So they had day 1 where not only they spent all the time playing, competing, you know, going against these top teams in the region, but also had a whole day to reflect on their mistakes, had to build on that, improve on it, go into day 2 with new strategies, new things to try out, play another 5 games, and now we're here. We're at the last moment to see who was able to come out on top and who was able to make it in the top 3.
Yeah, just a reminder for everybody at home, we are running our final giveaway right now, so make sure to hit ! giveaway to get all the information you need. We're doing one more Razer gift package with that Black Shark V2 Pro, the Huntsman Mini, and that Viper 8K. So get in on the final giveaway right now. But now it's time for our final Norton Gaming MVP of the match. Tokata, who did you choose this time around?
So all the top teams were there battling it out in this last moment, and I can only give the MVP to one person. And we saw Chimp, you know, make the high ground clutch. He was able to help his team secure it. But not only that, if you looked at the last moments, he got not 1, not 2, but 3 eliminations, even more than 3 in the end game by himself as his team was tarping through, and that was able to get them the victory royale. So Chimp is going to be my MVP for this game 5.
And, you know, once we see the results, those few eliminations late in that game could be the difference between first, second, or third place here for GOAT. So extremely important finish there from Chimp. And that leads us into our final Norton Gaming play of the match here for game number 5.
And this is going to be Chimp. He's going to be showing off what he can do here. We can see from Cease's perspective, they had the high ground, so they had the positional advantage. But also, if you keep an eye on the elimination feed, Chimp takes down 1. But after that, he continues his wrath, getting more damage done, more eliminations, and here he goes, gets another one on Spark. And all this time, there's still an opponent on the high ground. So now, after getting the Spark elimination, after getting another elimination before that, now they're in the last situation. Low ground versus high ground. Cease went down. Chimp already applying pressure, looking for some more angles. Tabney here finds an edit, which almost leads him to get eliminated, but Chimp finishes it off there. Huge end game from that trio. Cease, Tabney, Chimp, very well played. And those few last eliminations alongside the victory royale, that could be the deciding factor on where they're going to be placing.
Yeah, and the awesome thing is we will have that answer after this next break. Just a reminder for you folks, we've been talking about a lot of things this weekend, but the big one for me has been obviously Razer bringing this entire invitational to us, and thankfully they've been sharing a lot of their awesome products with myself and all of the other talent. And one I definitely want to tell you about is the Razer Isker. You can see Isabel has been chilling on it behind me all throughout the weekend, and this is your chair of choice for gaming. An awesome comfortable ergonomic chair with adjustable lumbar support to keep your back just in position. The 4D armrests give you all the adjustment that you need to make sure that you are comfortable and ready to play at peak performance. If you want to grab that or any other Razer products, I've been talking about, you know, the headsets over here, the Black Shark V2 Pro, that Viper 8K, or the Huntsman Mini, you can go over to bestbuy.com and use your My Best Buy account to get exclusive deals on select Razer products. So much love to Razer. It's been a blast covering Razer Invitational North America all weekend. We're going to go to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen, but don't go anywhere. We will be back with reflections and Jacob's final thoughts and hitting the leaderboard. Tokata and I will be here with your McDonald's MVP and an interview with one of our winners. Still plenty more to cover here after this break.
Let's go boom.
You're gaming across dozens of accounts, all of your inventories filled with valuable in-game items and personal information. Yet you're just a side quest in the campaign of cyber criminals who have stolen over 13 billion records. You need Norton 360 for gamers, the next level in device security. Dark web monitoring that notifies you if your gamer tag is discovered on the dark web. A no-log VPN to help prevent DDoS attacks or doxing. PC notification optimization helps you keep your eyes on the prize. You won't be bothered while gaming. Cyber criminals had better be ready for the hardest match of their lives.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Razer Invitational for North America featuring Fortnite. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble. That's Jacob MVPR. Game 5 finally finished. 10 games over the past 2 days, and what an intense 10 games it was, Jacob.
It definitely was intense from the very moment game number 1 yesterday to game number 5. You can kind of see it was just a chess match played out with all these trio teams. They didn't make any moves without having to sacrifice something, whether if it was rotation, position, health, shields, weaponry, whatever it may be. It was just a huge sacrifice, a huge battle that went down. And at the end of the day, only one team today can crown themselves the Razer Invitational for North American champions.
Absolutely. Well, game 5 was intense, right? It definitely came down to the wire, and I don't know who's got it. I really don't. I think Cease maybe had enough to overtake first place. It was going to be a close one without question. Let's take a look at our leaderboard, and it's High Ground who holds on. And unfortunately for Cease and Co with Goats, yes, they do go from 3rd to 2nd, but they do not get that first place. Just 7 points separate them, and then closely behind Team Z. Been talking about them consistently. Illis, Chucky, Zork, they're going to round it off at 3rd. But of course, all top 10 gets at least one prize, and you got to highlight top 5. We'll continue to go on the list. Crumble, Larson, Nexi, Shark Army, they fought tooth and nail. Yo, 1, 2, 3, Barrow, Krabby, Eclipse Bay, and Cloud Morio. But High Ground holding on, man, to Roller Visuals. Duke, Jacob, they do it.
Yeah, I don't want to say it because I don't have the stats out. I think this top 5 are the ones who got most, if not all, of the victories in those 10 games. That's really impressive. That really shows that you could really separate yourself from the rest of the competition. But congratulations overall to High Ground. But the one moment that really sticks out to me is Goats when they were a trio team yesterday. They get chopped down all together, dying at the edge of the water. Imagine what they could have been doing. Squeak together just 7 points is all they needed. But High Ground, man, throughout the course of the days, they were just as consistent as can be. And that's where I talked about you got to be able to find those fights that you could take. You take them in quick succession before you get third party, and you just keep it moving. You got to make sure you keep your head on the swivel and aware of the game as a whole, because it's real. 3 different portions of the game. They all play entirely different. The beginning portions, the mid portions, and end game. So you got to make sure that when it comes to practice, when it comes to preparing for this type of thing, you don't focus on one thing because it will cost you in the end.
Okay, you got to be the well-rounded team, right? Again, there are championship-defining moments. That High Ground retake from Chimp & Co. could have been it, but also the championship-defining moment that worked against them was that fall damage. 7 points easily could have been gathered during that one game, but it is what it is, at least for the team of High Ground, right? They hold on, and the Sneaky Beavers, Jacob, you know, they did a great job, I think. We didn't really highlight them as much, but we took note after the 5th game yesterday and said, there's something special about this trio. I think they can definitely make it towards the end. It's been an incredible 2 days of Fortnite action, Jacob, and we're going to get out of here. But before we do, I'm going to pass it over to you for your final words before I pass it over to the analyst.
I mean, just shout out to Razer and all these amazing sponsors that were able to kind of put on this event. You know, blessed to be a part of it. Just blessed to really grace the mic anytime I touch it. But honestly, congratulations to High Grounds and every one of these competitors here throughout these 2 days, putting in the work, putting their all on the line to be crowned champions. For those that did not necessarily get some money, didn't get any of those prizes, make sure you guys know this is a valuable learning lesson that you guys can take into that FNCS, because that's the thing. It's all about reps. It's all about learning. You didn't really lose overall if you're learning and progressing at the end of the day.
Hey, I like that. Wholesome ending. Look, guys, it's always a pleasure casting for all of you guys out there. I appreciate being brought onto the project. And just know for you all out there, the competitors, the viewers, hit that follow button if you haven't already. But more importantly, you're all beautiful people. And we all came together to enjoy that Fortnite action that we all know and love. It's been an incredible time. But we still need to crown some victors, our MVPs, and hear from the winners themselves. So Yeso, Tokata, close it out for the day.
Very much, gentlemen, Reflections and Jacob, great work over the last 2 days. Please, everybody in Twitch chat, give those two gentlemen some love. They absolutely crushed it all across the broadcast throughout these past 2 days. So very well done. I'm back here in the GVO zone. My name is Yeso, and for the final time, I am joined by CLG Tokata. And we have a very special guest. It is Visuals, who is our McDonald's MVP of the day. He and his team High Ground took the win here by a mere 7 points. Very close margins there. Visuals, excited to have you here. Congratulations. And just kind of what are you feeling here after you have those 10 games in the book and now you are a little bit richer? Some Razer products coming your way as well.
Thank you. I'm really happy. I'm really what's it called? Proud of how we played. We played like really well in my opinion. We don't always play together. We're not like we haven't played as much. We've split a couple times, then came back together. I think we did pretty well overall and had a lot of fun.
It was definitely fun to
That's
follow
great.
you throughout the weekend. Tokata, any questions that you have for Visuals here?
Yeah, I do have one quick question. So is there anything you're going to take away from this 2-day tournament where you played 10 matches together and apply it to maybe like future tournaments? I know there's like an FNCS upcoming. Anything like that?
Yeah, 100%. Before this tournament, we practiced the fastest way to loot, and I think we're 100% going to use that in FNCS. And we wanted to practice our surge as well from Craggy Cliffs. That's where we landed. And I think we got it pretty down packed. I think we accomplished a lot.
Certainly
Awesome.
looked like the
Yeah, that's
practice paid off this weekend. Visuals, as you guys were really impressive, honestly, throughout the 10 games. So certainly hats off to you guys. I do have a question for you. It's awesome. We've gotten to work with Norton Gaming all throughout this event. Obviously, the prize pool is brought to us by them. And also, you've been able to compete all weekend with Norton, having your back, protecting you from over 7 million threats on the internet. What has it been like for you able to compete, Norton, knowing you have Norton Gaming behind you?
I felt like it wasn't even there, so I could focus on winning the tourney.
That's awesome, and that's all you can really hope for there. So congratulations, Visuals. It was a pleasure to watch you play throughout the weekend. A very well-deserved win and MVP here. Tokata, as we close out the show, what are kind of your final thoughts here at the end of this weekend?
No, it's been a crazy weekend. We've seen a lot of action. I really liked seeing the exotic items being put into use as well. Cease kind of started it off day one with the chug cannon. Then after day two, it was interesting. Some other trios started, coming into the Slurpy Swamp and getting a piece of that exotic weaponry. So I'm really excited for the future to see if any other trios find little things like these, that put themselves ahead of the game and use it in future tournaments.
All right, well, fun weekend here, Tokata. It was a pleasure to work with you. Visuals, thank you so much for joining us, and looking forward to seeing more action from you in the future. And here, Tokata, it was awesome. We started together after the first game of the weekend. It's awesome to now close the show here, and it is the end of our Razer Invitational North America. Anything you just want to say before we head out?
No, yeah, huge thanks to Razer, huge thanks to all the sponsors, and also all the people here in the chat. I've seen you supporting. I don't know if you're watching in person, you're watching through Twitch, YouTube, but huge thank you to everybody who's been watching. I hope you've enjoyed it. I've had a blast here alongside Yeso, alongside Reflections, Jacob. I mean, I've had such a fun time. I've learned a bunch from not only the players, but also, on the personal side. So this has been an amazing experience, and I loved it.
It was an absolute pleasure. Hats off to you, Tokata. You crushed it this weekend. Everybody in chat, give some love to my boys. Please go follow them on socials. Check them out. Support what they are doing, because they did some awesome work all throughout the weekend. We're at the end of our road here, ladies and gentlemen, and I want to give some special thanks out. Obviously, this event started 4 weeks ago. We kicked it off with Brawl Stars. We had Rainbow Six Siege, and now ending it up with Fortnite here. All of our prize pools were brought to you by Norton Gaming. That was $30,000 a weekend, a $30,000 prize pool overall across all 3 titles, and that was all from Norton Gaming, and they've been protecting our players throughout the event, and they can protect you as well. So make sure you head over to norton.com/racer to be one of those first 100,000 people to get Norton 360 for gamers for just a single dollar. So big thank you to them. Also to Intel sponsoring this event. Congratulations to them one final time for releasing their 11th generation Intel Core processors, and you can find those in a Razer Blade 15 of your own. So big love to Intel. Then of course our hardware partners for the event was Seagate Gaming. Their fantastic FireCuda M.2 NVMe SSDs, keeping everything running lightning fast here, has been a blast, and they brought you all your Seagate saves of the matches throughout these weeks. It's been super fun to work with them. And then finally, McDonald's jumping in here with the McDelivery, coming in clutch and supporting all of us here at the broadcast, empowering this entire production. Much love to them, and we appreciate their support. And finally, shout outs to the awesome Esports Arena production crew and the TOs running the entire event, this entire live broadcast. They absolutely crushed it all weekend. I can hear them hooting and hollering in the other room, but they were fantastic here. So much love to them. My name's Yeso, guys. It's been a blast. This is the end of Razer Invitational North America, brought to you by Norton Gaming. Hope you all enjoyed it just as much as we did, and we close our final show with our final Intel Moments of Brilliance.